Yahweh, Yahweh, ho, Yahweh, Yahweh, ho, Yahweh, ho, Yahweh, Highway, Hanue, way, 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 Hanue, oh, hey, Yahweh, ho, Yahweh, Yahweh, ho, Yahweh, Yahweh, ho, Yahweh, ho, hey, hey, let's fix this font, yo. Let's get this font going. Oh, wait, what? That's cool. That is cool, yo. What? How do I fix my fucking... It's too big, yo. Alright, that's a little bit better, I guess. It's going good. Trevor Kennedy, are you from Cattaraugus? Are you the kid that I fought a long time ago? Because I fought a kid named Trevor Kennedy from my res. And his dad came... I choked him out on a bus, on a school bus. I was standing over the aisle. And I was dangling him over the aisle. I can't breathe. And the girl in front of me, Jolie Johnson, is his eyeballs are popping out of his head. So I let go. Right? And he's like sitting there spitting in the aisle. Because he kept coming in my seat and fucking with me. So I get off my bus. I go home. Fucking, he lives like down the road. Fucking 10 minutes later, his dad pulls into my driveway. He's pounding on my door. Boom, 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 boom. I'm home by myself. I didn't fucking answer that door, yo. It's like, what? His dad? He got his dad to come beat me up? I'm in fucking middle school, yo. The fuck? But yeah, he fucking went home, told his dad, choked him out on the bus. Well, he fucking put his hands on me. But yeah, he pulled up in his truck. Boo, 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 boo. On my fucking door, yo. This was before my mom got home from work. My stepdad, so I'm sitting there. I never told anybody about that. Like, oh, some guy down the road was pounding on her door because I beat up his son. Looking nice. That sun coming out, right? Get my color back. My winter coat. My winter coat is coming in nice. Or my summer coat is coming in nice, yo. What is this live called? Your favorite streamer. Your favorite Siberian. That's funny. Your favorite Indian. Oh. Yo, War Party. We got that guy's page taken down, but he was up all night starting a new one. So, everybody, this is what we're going to do. If you guys, me and my War Party, we got a page permanently banned last night. So, this guy, he makes swastikas out of my face. He photoshops drugs on my face, and he makes videos. He's very threatened by me, very triggered by me. He doesn't know he's actually bringing traffic to my page. But either way, his whole content is dedicated to me, right? He doesn't have content or views without me. So they need me a lot of the time. So that's why they post me and got me pinned to the top of their page. They claim they hate me, but they need me, right? And it's so funny. They mimic everything that we do. The guy that makes jail videos. No, not him. That guy got exposed. He's a pedo, yo. Hold on. Favorite Indian. Yeah, how come he won't post his charges? Why was he always in jail? See what I mean? Okay. See, this is what I mean. And the settings are like... Okay, there we go. That's better. Now I can fucking save it. God damn. Awe ho, Yahweh, Awe ho, Yahweh, Awe ho, Awe ho, yeah. Awe hanue, we hanue, we hanue, we hanue. There we go. Let's get it. Hey, let's get it. Let's go. Come on. We're about to be live. The government trying to bug your shit. I know. I thought they were too for a minute. Hey, and we're live on YouTube. We're gonna get what's it called? We'll let someone up. Yo, what up, Alejandro? No, he was native. He was native. We got lots of natives with that last name, Kennedy. What's up? What's up, yo? Alejandro. My bad, I got other people or whatever. I got other people on other live streams. Gotta plug this in. Let's see. Yeah, we're protected over here. We're gonna sage too in a little bit. We're gonna smudge actually. Send out good vibes to everybody. It's your favorite Indian. You're good, bro. We're gonna have to reset after this too, because I do have some restrictions on TikTok. Ooh. There we go. Smudge the live. Smudge the bed. Just kidding. Smudge the goji. Better get some. The goji. It smells good in here. Sage is my cologne. Damn, we do have restrictions though over here. Violent and criminal. Let me reset. I gotta reset, guys. You can smell it, right? Let me reset. Yo, Genie. Hayo, how Genie. Hayo, how Genie. Hayo, how Genie. Hayo, Genie. Hayo, Genie. Yo, ho, yo, yo, Genie. Hey-ha, oh, yeah. Hey-ha, oh, yeah. Hey-ha, oh, yeah. Hey. I should try Twitch. I did make a Twitch. It's whack, bro. It's like little kids, to be honest. Twitch, Kick. I already made those, and it's like it's not. Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and X. Twitch, Kick. I made one, and it's not all that, to be honest. It's not really all that. The fourth world. Sable. What's the topic today? Randomness. No, I don't know. People without faith in themselves cannot survive. Hopi proverb. Check this out real quick.
Preserved for us in myths and legends, in folk traditions, and in certain very ancient monuments, the testimony of our otherwise lost and forgotten
Let me tell you. Come on up, then. Come on up and tell.
ancestors appears to be trying to tell us that a hideous calamity has descended upon mankind from time to time, that on each occasion it has afflicted us suddenly, without warning and without mercy, like a thief in the night, and that it will certainly recur at some point in the future.
Why do you draw churches and shit?
Should it do so, unless we are well prepared physically and spiritually?
This is Graham Hancock. This is Graham Hancock, the guy that did the Ancient America thing on Netflix. Hey!
Unless we behave towards one another with love and respect rather than hatred and scorn, unless we make positive rather than negative choices, the testimony of the ancients warns that we will be obliged to begin.
Yo.
Yo, brother, what's going on? That's it, Vato Loco.
Hey, what's up?
Fine. That's it.
I'm
Fine job.
I'm doing good. How are you?
You doing good too, man.
That's good.
Doing a fine job. You're watching this, and I like how you're getting down, man. That's deadly of you, man.
Thank you, bro.
You're covering areas that I love, that I've been trying to cover too, but you got a little extra sauce on that shit. Hell yeah.
Yo, thank you. Appreciate that, bro.
You know, that's natives helping natives, brother.
Hell yeah, bro. Red power.
More power for us, you know. Together, we're stronger.
Right? Hell yeah, bro. Well, thank you.
What have you been up to besides fighting these bizarre people and shit?
So next weekend I'm getting recognized with like 10 other Senecas at this healing conference. They're recognizing like 10 warriors, and they're gonna give us something. So we got that. I got a testimony for that. My people out here in the city in Buffalo, there's a large Seneca population because there's like 10,000 Senecas and only 8,000 live off territory. So only 2,000 live on territory. So what we're trying to do, yeah, we're trying to get the Buffalo Creek group started so we can get language program out here. We already got the singing started meeting up for singing practice and all that. We're gonna start up the singing society. They gave us tobacco and motivation to get the singing society back to the sing that they have twice a year. So we got a busy year this year.
Awesome, man. I'm fathom on what you're doing. That's great, and what your tribe is doing. Straight out of Buffalo, you know.
City native.
Power, man. Seneca ability. I love that. Yes, I do. I love my fellow tribes, man. Just like you have pointed, you know.
Hell yeah.
I see right there.
Hell yeah, bro. Well, thank you.
Yeah, we need that indigenous land back to the red man.
Yeah, fuck yeah, bro. All of it. This is what I say, because I grew up on a res, right? But now I say I live on territory, off res. I live on territory, off res.
Off res, but imagine, my brother, I'm sure you already did, but just to remember that we roamed all Turtle Island.
Bro, they seen us. Christopher Columbus met natives in Germany in the 1470s, bro. It wasn't just Turtle Island. It was the whole planet. It was the whole planet, bro. That's we taught them how to get over here.
The whole planet. Global.
Yeah, we weren't just a seafaring people. We were a space-faring people, bro.
People. We was explorers.
Yeah, we were the conquerors, bro.
We were on those spaceships.
Yeah.
Yeah, zooming this way and that way to planet X.
Yup, building pyramids. Yup. We're making people in test tubes and lab rats.
test tube.
Test tube lab rat babies. We're making them, yo. We're making them.
You know how we do. We were just conjuring up here and there, splice there, and then we found the nucleus.
The nucleus.
That's where we found the nucleus of the man. Just like what's that called, Nacho Libre in that movie? He says, and you splice the man, and in the middle you find the nucleus. Like, who's this guy right here?
I don't know.
Man.
Yo, Tuluwa Anukan. He must think he's. Are you Anunnaki? Are you Anunnaki?
Are you melanated by any chance?
Watermelonated?
Ooh, sounds delicious and refreshing.
Uh-oh. Yo, if they say you got what, if they're always asking you about melanin, say watermelanin. Watermelanin.
Melanin. Oh, I had a song I made about melanin, but I call it my melanin. I remember that one. I gotta go find it where it's at and repost it. But all the songs, I don't know, man. It just comes out, the medicine works, and it just flows, you know. I don't do none of that stuff. But I thank the Creator for empowering us, you know, and sprinkle that medicine that we need.
Damn, these people just get on here and say anything, y'all. They just get on here and say anything, y'all. I can't believe you guys just get on here and just say the shit y'all say, y'all.
Man, and then you know what I do, brother? I put that in practice. The other day, I saw a homie who had, he loved Dragon Ball Z. So I was telling him, yeah, man, Dragon Ball Z is based on some melanated people that the black man created the story and like the Marvel Marlet or the Marvel Marlets, whatever that's called. So that's a white man made that. And when he made the Marvels, the black man made Dragon Ball Z. He goes, no. I say, think about it. Is there a black man in the Dragon Ball Z? He goes, yeah. Is he ancient? Yeah. I forgot what the name he told me.
There's a blue guy in Dragon Ball Z. He's blue. They're so black, they're blue.
Yeah. You mean those guys out of Las Vegas?
No, he wears a turban. The Dragon Ball Z character, he wears a turban. And he's blue. He's a big fat guy. And he's blue. Dark blue.
Again, like orphan children.
Is that me? Yeah, that's me.
In complete ignorance of our true heritage. In this context, as we near the end of the first...
No, I did a video on it, actually, talking about how black Americans aren't really black and they're all just mulattoes and melungeons. Real black people are hairless and they're supposed to be blue. They got real small ears, yellow eyes, you know, and their head is like kind of smaller and pointier in the back. You know, they got a kind of small.
Pretty yellow teeth.
No, they got white teeth. Though, if you ever look at like real black people, the ones over here are the whitewashed versions of a black person. They're not real black people. They're all mulatto.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean,
Water of the turbid.
Plantations, unfortunately, you know.
Breeding farms. Cabbage Patch Kids. Cabbage Patch Baby. Lab rats. They bred them. They bred them for their size, not for their smarts and all that. So they had to add white DNA. So the ones that were mixed with white were the smarter ones, actually.
Oh my gosh, yeah. You know, there was more than just, if I may dare say this, more than just harvesting the white man's crops on those plantations. They were experimenting and hoping to breed the ultimate
slave
or servitude, you know.
Dude, yeah, they were bred for that. What they would do,
experiment as a white man, blew it in their face.
Yeah, what they would do is they'd be like, oh, well, this guy listens real good. He knows how to take orders, and his mom is a giant, you know. So if we can put his genes with those genes, we'd have the ultimate submissive whatever. That's the way they were thinking back then, you know? So they would do that shit. And then they would,
and yeah.
they breed them like that, bro.
Hey, that's why they're so strong and bigger than the average human being.
Yeah, they were bred to be like that, bro. They were bred to be like that. Because if you look like at Africans in Africa, they're kind of like a little bit different, you know? It's because the ones over here got watered down and mixed in with the white people and the native people. So you got Black Americans are Melungeons and mulattoes, majority mulattoes. So, and this is another thing. This is black privilege. This is their black privilege. So someone that's African American, your average African American is like 20 to 30% European. They get to identify as black. Well, someone that's like Hispanic or Latino, that's majority indigenous with a little bit of European ancestry, less than the black person, they gotta identify as fucking white Latino, white Hispanic, or whatever, a mestizo. They can't identify as what they are, but that's their privilege. They get to when in reality they're more white than the natives. If you look up who has more white DNA, it's gonna be them. The only reason why they think we do is because we got straight hair. That's a dumb argument, you know, saying, oh, you're white because you got straight hair. Well, everybody on the planet has fucking straight hair, dude, except for y'all. Except for y'all. Your hair is the mutation. Their hair is the mutated hair. Because
it was the it mutated naturally to evolve into
yeah, it was a ventilation system to keep their brain from overheating. It protected their brain from overheating in the sub-Saharan desert, yo. It would have fried their brain if they didn't have all that, yo. Insulation to keep fucking ventilation when they're running.
The other day I was working with some black privilege, and I told them about their hair that they
Hold on. This girl says I'm delusional. Lady, you're delusional. You're the one wearing a straight hair wig. Show your real hair. I'm not delusional. You're the one that's delusional.
Let me share the following extract from my book.
He said it. He done said it. Said that. Yeah. You know what I mean? If you're gonna love your hair and brag about how you looks and everything, natural, rock it. You got it, rock it. If you got the hair, sport it. You know, but they never do. Like they're shy. Like they're living in the colonial ages where those white guys used to cover their hairs in wigs.
Why am I delusional?
Dude, are you seriously? Are you trolling today, or are you having a serious conversation?
Why am I delusional? We're having a conversation.
Because you're sitting up here talking about majority of black people are mulattoes and we are this and that. Like,
What? So you're full 100% African?
He didn't say black people. He said black America, ma'am. He didn't say the entire world of black people. He just said black Americans.
Okay, so I'm saying, why is he focused on us?
Why not?
Talking about our people in other communities, how we interact with them peacefully.
Fingerprints of the god.
Something real dumb. Black people, what made us smart is being mixed with European blood. Like, what the hell?
I mean, well, let's look at statistics, though. You know, the people the ones that graduate. Hey. Can I tell you something? So the ones that graduate, hold on, the ones that graduate and go to college usually got like white moms or like were adopted or raised by white people or yeah, yo. And then the ones that ended up like raping their kids or selling crack to their mom or born with it in their system or drug addict or fiend or hobo or ends up killing someone or a gang member, they're going to have less European ancestry. Straight up. The ones that are like more full-blooded African are the ones that are the worst. We got to reset, guys. God damn it. We always got to reset.
Published in 1995. Walking in the Last Days, Hopi Reservation, May 1994. Across the high plains of Arizona, for days and days and days, a desolate wind had been blowing. As we drove across those plains, towards the tiny village of Shungapovi, I went over in my mind all I had seen and done in the previous 5 years. My travels, my research, the false starts and dead ends I had encountered, the lucky breaks, the moments when everything had come together, the moments when everything seemed about to fall apart. I had traveled.
My bad, y'all. I gotta listen to my mods when they say restart. Probably should restart when my mods say to restart. She's the victim, but everyone's scared of her. It would seem like that. Yeah, people act like that, yo. It's like you want to play the victim card, but you want to play tough guy too, huh? You want to play the tough guy, but you want to be the victim at the same time? You don't get the best of both worlds. Fuck, yo, that's so funny. Today, I guarantee you, I'm gonna get called Siberian, pretending, Mexican, white, Spaniard, German, fucking, yeah, European, Caucasian, Asian, Mongoloid. I'm gonna get called all that today. And you know what? That shit don't hurt my feelings. It solidifies the fact that I'm indigenous and people are mad at that. And the only people that are gonna call me that are gonna be people that wish they were Indian. Oh, we just got banned! And I got that account permanently banned. What? Oh my god. I shouldn't have even been going live on that account. Yo, I just got my one account permanently banned, yo. Oh, we just got one account permanently banned, yo. That is wild. It was the Woke Seneca 3 account. Or which one was it? Damn, that's crazy.
It's called
Oh, yo, that's wild. It was Woke Seneca 3, yo. That is wild. They think you are Mexican and German? Let them, yo. I'm neither. Let them think that, yo. Let them think that, because I'm neither. That shit don't hurt my feelings. I'm Seneca. Ongwe hoy. Onondo waka ni huri ni shoni ni. Oya ni gaso. Ne onondo waka. Ne onondo waka. Ne ono ne. Ongwe hoy kagaweno. Rani ni gaso. Ganyo kagaweno. Du wasn't drunk don't ni wa goes ya goes away say ni sanction then jo ji up no yen ya gadai onga agadai onga hudi ne shoni ni onondo wat got ni ganonda say got that guest can honon ja de kick non get no ha so they were da no nyo they were no nyo ni songwe no da say ni ndi basa work ne ni ongwe da guest can not wa nothing yo o jo da no nyo Ne ho ni songwaye tse wanza da gunung se no di nye no ne sagunun choi wado etino and you going see the gense go yonza da je ga nigga danyo nigga genso nigga danjo gwe kanya den danyo ne ho uwi gwe go heon gwe o gentwe scano twe nothing yon gwa hunt the john kanyo songwa and what say hat yo gyot za ge when yon do you go no going gwa no ne hat yake yanda hyanga too Nengen wa DCR na kwa se yon don't say on J the wendy no head J ni on WhatsApp the guy what he on top. What else to do again? Why on top? Say sao G standard set when you get out the gahat say you don't say on J. No no I say swore on then yeah dear J do you know no ne he ain't going in. Kunio sungwa Antoine do na dan don de jo hit going why out down here start go. Hano ho en into the yogas hat going. If the gone in the jar sick on that white skin, no, ho wanna don't, dandy. Ne kunisungwa antwa se o descayondi a denenondi, hot de gahayando. Ogwenyo ne ho hyandi with Jane too, no niskano no start, the away near, jugga yet to die up. What thunder do gang, I had do what the guy guy sick, and not quite say, you only don't say on J, ne ho I think I we a duck, you de out dig. Ne di quadi non yo. Kani on hut gan wen, de by out the gus hong, hadido keno jates, hadino. Dio de out do, nunga out do dance do, o nego goes hunk gate with the out da de. Ne ho kan you just sa, ne kan you da sa, hat yo duck on you the ones. This hoodie out do, hicking gua, not you gonna windy. Hot with the jeep, dog gay the on date, so jits and jates. So when you know the notes hey, you don't say on jet. No, why you then that, Yahweh, you in the date. Ne wa the hunt's head hicking gua, you kiss ne jates, gabadi qua, new way. To the daddy, to the donny, dear when ye, and quite sound ya stacko. Scan off to nothing, yo, had to win Nisa gay, had to be son gay. Kene hege gwen squaw hayang gayat kame. A kisod hadi wen on the jets. Uyuane hadi wen dako. De no inziata sa di no heta ga nagadanyo. Gawadi kwa hino de kayo snake dio de neshon ho sadenya. Odiat to ne good. Ane kane hiking gwa hadena dakdo. Said was see and a kagak wa. Di song way hete dani when he said danyo. Uyuane hay wen dako do again. Do you wanna go is? Neho negade uyu. Ne ho swore no star Yahweh Wednesday. Ne wa nejuko den the doctor T soy kaga a T soy kaga kwa hade on de agadi washo. Ne ko Danny that's the dako. Ne ko di what do you know won't call one out to we sis. Ne ho whining guy we a dakwa dio de the onje hadik sa on Yahweh Wednesday. Kuni on this hugdy ada on gaji son dasia. Agwen yon ne yaga yata do guess ka wadikwa he'll go sundwa. The yaga do when ya je. Neko siat tiant dank ge nenondi hati ge onyo. Dio kiat na donje. Scano twin nothing yon dio go dobanye Yahweh yon zade. Kadu gan Yahweh the way duck. Name one we want to hint that. I saw Sal do the one ye said to go on this gun dayo. Would dance we old had a win ye would one on so be old had a win ye had the guy and of. Nadanyo duck daje o gahueno her jano down. Nen the wine would dan it seen it, scan off to nothing, you know what he would do, and it was Dano. We were going to go and they ho his woke up. Yahweh twins are they, ha ho, her jano down here to hit. Scan it was Dano, it why would these or Jawada no, yo, down in ho white, you don't what they're going down in ho. So we just gave thanks real quick. That's a little short Thanksgiving address. And somebody said that you got blocked. So we got that account permanently banned. Permanently banned. I just lost Woke Seneca 3. And that was a good account, yo. I had 6,000 followers on it. Was it you, the one that said you hope Black Kid gets... Is that what they're saying I said? No. I was exposing one of y'all for saying that, but thank you for bringing more attention to that. But yeah, that Sev Harley, he was the one saying that he hopes his kid, that happens to his kid. But yes, please bring more attention to that situation. We're trying to make him famous for the wrong reasons. So yes, please bring more attention to that. He's the one that said that. You say Deborah Neat Gatso. Deborah Neat Gatso. Hey, so I got that account permanently banned, guys. Deborah Neat Gatso. That's not what the message. I was saying he hopes his kid. Saying he hopes his kid, because I was talking to that kid, and you know what? To Sev, he's a kid to me, and he's like acts like a kid. He's like 40 years old, wanting to fight me. So I said, why you bring your kid into this conversation hoping that they get that, you know, because he was calling me a fucking pedo randomly. And that's why I said, I'm done talking to you because you're just saying anything now, you know? This is what I mean. When you're beefing with these people and they can't beat you with facts, or they beat you with lies and they just say anything. Say you're on drugs, say you got AIDS, say you're a pedo, say you're this and they're that. They just make up anything. When they can't beat you, they spread lies about you. But yeah, this is what I mean. It's like why I don't even want to fuck with some of these people. Is because you guys are literally now just saying anything. Anything. Calling people pedos randomly. You know, you guys could get locked up for that, right? Accusing someone of something like that they never did. Yeah, yo, that's crazy. Yeah. So this is what I mean. When you beef with someone that's black and they're scared to fight you in the real world, just know that they're going to call you a pedo. They're going to say you got STDs. They're going to say make up the worst kind of lies about you. The worst fucking things. Usually pedo, you got AIDS, and you're a drug addict, and what else? Anything. Like the worst fucking shit. That's what they say. That's how they move, yo. Well, if the message says that, bro, they got AI and all that, dude. The fuck? Oh, man. Yo, Josiah Brock, that Sev Harley, that I made that kid my bitch to the whole. I can't even be talking. This is why I can't even be talking like this, yo, on fucking TikTok. But anyway, that Sev Harley, I made him my bitch to the whole planet. I gave him my address and told him to pull up on me. I actually said I was going to send everybody to his address and have the cartel, you know what, to everybody's heads. You know what? And I gave him my address, and he still don't want to pull up on me. I threatened him and his whole family, and he still doesn't want to pull up on me. I gave him the address to my house, and he still doesn't want to pull up on me. You know what he wants to do? He wants to sue me. Oh, bro, I was like, bro, I threatened you and your whole family and made you look like a bitch on the internet, and all you want to do is sue me? I gave him my address, and I told him, pull up. Please pull up, bro. Because you are not like that. I think you should debate instead of threatening people. I do debate them. And then bro, here's the thing. A Native American will never, ever lose a debate with a pretendian. You know why? Because you guys are fake, and we're real. So this is what's happening. I have won so many debates that they can't beat me with no facts, that they try to beat me with lies. So they spread lies about me. They say the worst fucking things. The worst fucking things. The worst fucking thing you could say about someone is call them a pedo, say they're a drug addict, say just making up anything. And that's what they do. They can't beat me, yo. They literally can't beat me. Sound like it's in pain? I'm gonna get rid of my cat one of these days. Hey! What's the matter with you? What's wrong with you? God damn. Yeah, I mean, come to Cleveland, Ohio? No, come to Buffalo. You guys act like a Native American is gonna go looking for pretendians to go fucking fight. If you guys really want to be us so bad, pull up on me. I gave you guys my addy. You guys are not tough like that. This is what's gonna happen. In the real world, you're gonna see me, and I'm like, what'd you say? And you're gonna be like, oh, nothing. And you're gonna look at the ground all shook, all scared. You know, that's what would really happen. These people don't, and listen, all that shit is in the movies, yo. It's all in the fucking movies. Take it from someone that would know. Listen, I'm about to be 30 this June. From the ages of 15 to the ages of 23, I've given my life to jails, institutions, in and out of jails, in and out of institutions, right? And it is never ever like that in the movies where the big black guy steals everybody's commissary. It is not like that at all. It is not like that. Like, trust me, like I'm in the city too. You would think that like that's a whole persona. It's fake. Real life is not like that. They're not going around bullying people that aren't black, yo. They're not doing that. People fight back. No Native American is ever getting bullied either, or bitched, or extorted. That doesn't happen to our people. All you do is talk? No, all I do is spit facts. Spit facts. And if I wasn't spitting facts, you shouldn't be mad. Do you get mad at the homeless guy at the corner saying there's aliens invading us and the end is here and all that, right? No, you don't get mad because it's not facts. You get mad at me because what I'm saying is facts. Y'all are not Indian. Y'all are not Indian, y'all. And it's facts. Damn, I can't believe I got my account taken like that, yo. Holy shit, yo. Damn, I can't believe I got my Woke Seneca 3 account taken, yo. Oh, just keep losing accounts. God damn. Keep losing fucking accounts, yo. Ayo. Damn, I shouldn't have been going live on that, yo. I shouldn't even be live on this one. Yo. Yeah. Hey. Yo. Dude, I lost that account. Woke Seneca 3. God damn, I'm so angry. But you know what? Snitches get stitches. That's your money. Snitches get stitches. Yeah. You know what? It only had 6,000 followers on it, and I wasn't getting monetized on that account, so I don't really care. At least it wasn't my main one. Yes. They want to stop the real truth. Yeah, they're mad, yo. They're mad. Natives are fighting back. I'm leading an army. I got a whole army of warriors, and that's what they don't like, yo. They don't like how us natives are fighting back. They've never liked that, yo. They don't like how natives fight back and how we're just G like that, yo. Yeah, they're reporting me. I just got my Woke Seneca 3 account banned, permanently banned forever. That's like my 6th or 7th account. Come to Cleveland. Nothing going on in Cleveland, bro. Cleveland? Come to Cleveland. Oh, yo. They make characters, cartoon characters out of that name, bro. Nothing hard about Cleveland. I'm sorry. Ohio. You don't even say it right. I guarantee you say Ohio. You don't even say it the Indian way. It's Ohio. I guarantee you went your whole life saying Ohio like a white person. You went your whole life saying Ohio like a white person. Hey. Oh, that's so funny. Hi-yo. That's so funny, yo.
The long road to get here, I realized.
I'm a mestiz. Is that bad? Mestiz? Like a mestizo?
Far longer than the 300-mile freeway that had whisked us up into these austere badlands from Phoenix, the state capital. Nor did I expect to return with any great degree of enlightenment. Nevertheless, I had made this journey because the science of prophecy is still believed to be alive.
My account permanently banned.
Pueblo Indians, distantly related to the Aztecs of Mexico, whose numbers have been reduced by attrition and misery to barely 10,000. The Hopi believe that we are walking in the last days with a geological sword of Damocles hanging over us. According to their myths, the first world was destroyed as a punishment for human misdemeanors by an old...
Like people learned from natives, then used it against them. We taught them how to sow, how to grow food here, how to survive. We hid them from the white people. Yo, what's up?
You're a nigger.
Who, me? Me?
Yeah,
Why?
yeah.
And what are you?
You're a nigger, fool.
Me? Am I?
Yeah, fool. You're a nigger, fool.
Prairie. A prairie? Fool? 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 He must be like, it must say white on his birth certificate. Yeah, it definitely says white on his birth certificate. Woo! Yo, that is funny. That is funny. Definitely says white on your birth certificate. White Hispanic. White Latino.
Consuming fire that came from above and below. The second world ended when the terrestrial globe...
Right? That we all have some Chinese in us? No. The fuck? What? The fuck? Who said... You think we all got Chinese in us? How come when I took a DNA test, I didn't have no Chinese, or no Asian, or no Siberian, or no East Asian? How come I didn't have any? Not even 0.001, not even 1 point. Why? It's because we didn't come from there. We started here.
Everything was covered with ice. The third world ended in a universal flood. The present world is the fourth. Its fate will depend on whether or not its inhabitants behave in accordance with the Creator's plans. I had come to Arizona.
First by fire, second by ice, third by flood. And what I learned is each one triggered the next. First one was World War. It was man-made. There is supposed to be no reset. The world is not supposed to end. These were all not natural. The first one destroyed by fire. Now, this is what I heard, right? That there was a world war, nuclear world war, and that was the fire, sunk continents, right? So the smoke from this world war and the fire, the nuclear bombs, the fallout left smoke in front of the sun, and it blocked the sun out for a couple years, maybe decades. I don't know. And it froze the earth. So that's the second one. First was destroyed by fire, world war, nuclear war, blocked out the sun from the smoke for a couple years, brought the ice. Second one. So the second one was destroyed by ice, right? And after the smoke went away, the sun came back out and melted the ice and brought the third one, right? So each one triggered the next, actually, and it wasn't even supposed to happen. And now we're living in the fourth.
To see whether the Hopi thought we were behaving in accordance with the Creator's plans.
Are you gonna be drafted in World War III? No, natives don't get drafted.
The desolate wind.
Natives can't get drafted.
Rattled the sides of the trail
Natives can't get drafted,
Beside
yo.
me was my wife Santa, who'd been everywhere with me, sharing the risks and the adventures, sharing the highs and the lows. Sitting across from us was our friend Ed Punist, a medical surgical nurse from Lansing, Michigan. A few years previously, Ed had worked on the Hopi reservation for a while, and it was thanks to his contacts that we were now here. On my right was Paul Sifke, a 96-year-old Hopi elder of the Spider Clan, and the leading spokesman of the traditions of
Spider Clan. Hey, yo, what? Y'all got Spider Clan. You guys got Ant Clan? Because you got ant people. Yo, Spider Clan is lit. That's cool, yo. Spider Clan? Come on, that's awesome.
His people. Beside him was his granddaughter Melza Sifke, a handsome middle-aged woman who had offered to translate. I have heard, I said, that the Hopi believe the end of the world is coming. Is this true? Paul Sifke was a small, wizened man.
So, nut brown in color, he said. But listen to this. The world is going to end. They say 2100, but I believe it'll be 2096 for personal reasons. But 2100, I think it will be 2096, but Skanyadayo prophesies 2100 and it will be by fire, actually. And then there's going to be holes in our ozone layer. And dark winds from outer space will come in and rip layers off the Earth. 2040 is when the Euphrates dries up. Yeah, and then Isaac Newton said the year 2060. And then 2012, it wasn't end of the world. It was a new day and age, a new era, right? We are now in the era of the red man from 2012. So this pretendianism has been big, but now that after COVID is when it got real big because everybody was on their phones, right? TikTok is really what made it real big in Facebook. So 2012, their era ended and we entered a new era from the 1960s up till so white man had his era, 1860s, or maybe even before that, up to the 1960s. Black man had his era, 1960s, 2012. Red man, we are in the red man era of 2012. So we're in a new day and age, and this is why everybody's jumping shit. Right? That's what I'm saying. I said, come to our territory and get your jaw broke, and I will stomp dance on your face. Everybody come right back. But let's get it going again.
Nut brown in color, dressed in jeans and a cambric shirt. Throughout our conversation, he never once looked at me, but gazed intently ahead, as though he were searching for a familiar face in a distant crowd. Melza put my question to him, and a moment later translated her grandfather's reply. He says, "Why do you want to know?" I explained that there were many reasons. The most important was that I felt a sense of urgency. My research has convinced me, I said, that there was an advanced civilization long, long ago that was destroyed in a terrible cataclysm. I fear that our own civilization may be destroyed by a similar cataclysm. There followed a long exchange in Hopi, then this translation. My grandfather said that when he was a child, in the 1900s, there was a star that exploded, a star that had been up there in the sky for a long while. And he went to his own grandfather and asked him to explain the meaning of this sign. His grandfather replied, "This is the way our world will end, engulfed in flames. If people do not change their..."
2100. 2100. Now, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, you see this map that I have below me? That is Haudenosaunee territory. All of it. The Northeast. All of it. Seneca are keepers of the western door. We're up to the Mississippi and then some. Mohawks, keepers of the eastern door. They were in Canada, all the way up there. But the Great Lakes is ours. This is also where the Garden of Eden is. So this is where you find the most giant remains. And also, this is where you have a lot of prophets, fortune tellers, seers, medicine men, war chiefs, leaders, clan mothers. These bloodlines in the Northeast, there's tons of fucking special people. It's like almost like a bloodline. This is what I'm starting to see. It's like a bloodline of all, it's like a lot of men. There are a lot of men and a lot of women that are just natural born leaders, natural born seers. They can see into the future and predict things, yo. They're prophets, yo. And it's bloodlines all up in the Northeast. And our people had one, yo. We had a couple actually. Skunyadayo, Daganawida, Hiawatha, come on.
Ways, then the spirit that takes care of the world will become so frustrated with us that he will punish the world with flames, and it will end just like that star ended. That was what his grandfather said to him, that the earth would explode, just like that exploding star. So I summarized, the feeling is that this world will end in fire. And having viewed the world for the past 90 years, does your grandfather believe that the behavior of mankind has improved or worsened? He says it has not improved, Melza replied. We're getting worse. So in his opinion then, the end is coming? He said that the signs are already there to be seen. He said that nowadays nothing but the wind blows, and that all we do is have a weapon pointed at one another. That shows how far apart we have drifted, and how we feel towards each other now. There are no values anymore, none at all. And
hey, I'm from a warrior
want,
tribe, so it's okay.
Morals or laws. These are the signs that the time has
Look, Donald Trump's family.
come. Melza paused in her translation, then added on her own account, this terrible wind. It dries things out. It brings no moisture.
Yeah, dude. Lanny, they do say that a lot, bro. They're all DL.
The way we see it, this kind of climate is a consequence of how we're living today, not just us, but your people as well. I noticed that her eyes had filled with tears while she was talking. I have a cornfield, she continued, that's really dry, and I look up into the sky and try to pray for rain, but there is no rain, no clouds even. And when we're like this, we don't even know who we are. There was a long moment of silence, and the wind rocked the trailer, blowing hard and steady across the mesa as evening fell around us. I said quietly, "Please ask your grandfather if he thinks that anything can now be done for the Hopi and for the rest of mankind." "The only thing he knows," Melza replied when she had heard his answer, "is that so long as the Hopi do not abandon their traditions, they may be able to help themselves and to help others. They have to hold on to what they believed in the past. They have to preserve their memories. These are the most important things. But my grandfather wants to tell you also, and for you to understand, that this earth is the work of an intelligent being, a spirit, a creative and intelligent spirit that designed everything to be the way it is. My grandfather says that nothing is here just by chance, and that nothing happens by accident, whether good or bad, and that there is a reason for everything that takes place. When human beings from around the globe and from many different cultures share a powerful and overwhelming intuition that a cataclysm is approaching, we are within our rights to ignore them.
The best photo
But when the
ever.
voices of our distant ancestors descending to us through myths and sacred architecture speak to us of the physical obliteration of a great civilization in
Hey,
remote
look, my
antiquity.
clan, y'all. That's my clan right there. Yo, but think about it. The Easter Island heads, the Olmec heads, that's only one specific phenotype. That's a Merindian, the original man phenotype. I'm not saying we're the Easter Island heads, but if you had to compare that phenotype to anybody, that's a fucking chief face, yo. Like how they would even depict in the cartoons. Because look at this shit. Is that a real picture? Yeah, it's a... So I put on that, and then I had to do the rest for my leggings and all that. Like I got all dressed up, and I had them put the designs on my pants, put on my breechcloth and my moccasins. But yeah, I actually took that picture, got all dressed up, and then I had AI do the background and all that. But yeah, that's me.
And tell us that
My
our own
regalia.
civilization is in jeopardy. We
I got
are
all of
entitled,
it.
if we wish,
All of
to
it.
stop up our ears.
I put it away though.
So it was,
Yeah.
the Bible
You can see
says,
that's
in
my
the
Gastoa.
antediluvian
This is my
world.
war club.
For in
This
those
is my
days,
ribbon shirt.
before
That's
the
my
flood, people
my
were
stuff,
eating,
yo.
drinking, taking wives, taking
I better not
husbands,
see no
right
fucking
up to the moment that the
Nigerian
Nile
in my
went into the
regalia
ark.
either though.
And they suspected nothing till the flood came and swept all away. In the same manner, it has been prophesied that the next global destruction will fall upon us suddenly, at an hour we do not suspect, like lightning striking in the east and flashing far into the west. The sun will be darkened, the moon will lose its brightness, the stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of heaven will be...
So someone on YouTube, River, says Easter Island have native DNA. The rock comes from Peru. What did I just say about that? Come on, yo. That's what I'm saying, yo.
shaken. Then of two men in the fields, one is taken, one left. And of two women at the millstone grinding, one is taken, one left. What has happened?
Yeah, look at that face. That's a Native American face. Only us got that real big brow fucking bone and the real big fucking, you know? Real big cheeks. Like, people take Botox to get what we got naturally. You know that, right? People fucking inject their face with chemicals and poisons and shit to get what we have naturally. This is all natural. This is good genetics, superior genetics.
Happened before
I don't
can
gotta
happen
take
again.
Botox.
What has been done before
I got good
can be done
genes, yo,
again.
from my ancestors.
And perhaps there is indeed
Strong genes.
nothing new under the sun.
Dominant genes. That was pretty good. That was a good one by Graham Hancock. It's a good one. Garden of Eden. Oh yeah, we're watching this.
Josh was just a creative guy with great ideas until he started creating with art.
Is everything I share
Hard to create. Okay, let's see. Stealing content? I think so. These motherfuckers are stealing content. Proof Garden of Eden is in
Indigenous
America.
What I'm about
Oh my god. Let's see. Let's see.
to show you is gonna blow your mind. Fam, I'm about to prove to you with ancient maps, the Bible, and locations, America was home of the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, this lady is definitely stealing content, yo.
Stay with me. We all
Hey!
know about the story of Cain and Abel, right? How, Cain unalived his brother, Abel, because he was jealous. And so he was sent to a land where the ground was not going to produce any food. So he dwelt in a land called Nod, where east of Eden. And then it says he knew his wife, she conceived, and he bore Enoch. But this is where it gets interesting. Where is the land of Nod? Oh my goodness. It is in Maine, USA. Yes. The Nod to which Cain wandered when he went from the presence of the Lord. Native American. Now we know Africa does not have Native Americans. They don't call themselves Native Americans, never have. But this has a Native American name, Nena Sawata Wataks, for the land of Nod. Hello? Where is it located? It's east of Eden. Here's the map that it goes with. Eden. Now, this map looks eerily familiar.
Woke
See, it
Seneca
says the
too.
place of paradise, America, east of Eden. Now look at all these pyramids. Look. You see all these pyramids? Now let me show you another photo. You see all those pyramids? The same pyramids everywhere, just like in that other map. I already know that the pyramids and mountain structures in the Americas are innumerable. There's just
All right, this lady's obviously not smart, low IQ, but let's see at this part. This caught my attention right here. So it said the land of Nod.
were east of Eden. And then it says he knew his wife, she conceived. But the land of Nod.
Okay, let's see. Land of Nod in America. Let's see. Refers to the former children's furniture brand. I swear to God, these people make it too easy. Your culture is dead. Nobody hears nothing about y'all. Dude, you are so hurt. Hurt dogs bark. I'm guessing a native guy stole your girl, or your girl left you for a native guy, and he must have jigged her up real ace. Right? And is that why you're mad? Or what? One of us knocked you out and robbed you? What is it? What did one of our people do to you to make you so hateful towards us? I'm guessing it's your girl left you for one, right? That happens, bro. Sorry. You weren't jigging her nice. You weren't jigging her good enough, yo. That's why. She wanted a savage that knew how to do it right. Get all the spots. Get all the angles. Yeah. The land of Nod is in Pennsylvania. It's on Kensington Street. The land of Nod was okay. Yeah, biblical interpretation. East of Eden. Historical references and American theological studies as the land of wandering. East of Eden. Let's see what pops up with that. Wandering Spirit Cree, Navajo. Okay, important. Wandering Indians. Okay, here we go, land a nod. Came fleeing before Jehovah's curse. Oh, because he killed his brother. And those, look at all his wives, yo. And you know what? He looks like Wild Man almost. Look at this one. It got red hair. They all got brown and red hair, yo. Yo, I'm guessing like 10,000 years ago, there was a race of like dark-skinned people like this. See this guy right here that I'm pointing at? I'm guessing that there was a race of people that looked like him. These two. See this guy right here and this guy right here? I'm seeing stuff pointing to that there was a race of people that were brown-skinned, probably about my complexion with red hair, actually. And you know what? We got people on my res like that, yo. That's crazy because, like, I don't want to say their name, but it's a certain family, and they're native. They're darker than me. They got freckles, though, and red hair. You know? It's weird. But yeah. Axing you to be here. You sound dumb. Born king. Bro, people that say that have a superiority complex is because you feel inferior, that you have to make that your identity. People can't just look at you and you don't give king vibes, so you got to make it your name. People like that call themselves kings, queens, gods, goddesses, superiority complex. It's because you don't feel enough to everybody. You don't feel, you're not on our level, so you got to tell yourself stuff to make yourself feel better, to be equal with everybody. I'm not saying you're less than, but you definitely, got some issues you need to work on, bro. Stop hating on natives because a native stole your girl, bro. Just because a native stole your girl because you weren't jigging her right. You don't know how to jig, bro. You weren't jigging your girl right. You weren't jigging her the right way. She wanted a real man. Yeah, can you even say ask? Can you even ask a question? Or ask? Let me ask you something. America is closer to Eurasia than it is to Africa. Is it? You know where Eurasia is, right? That's inaccurate, bruh. Very inaccurate. Very inaccurate. Let's look that up. Oh, you're right. Primarily due to the proximity of Alaska to Russia, which is only about 2 miles apart. There you go. You're right. And you know what? I'm not a sore loser. I'm not gonna go make a video about him and say, yo, and live in, try to escape reality. I don't deny reality. Yeah, he was right. It's closer. You know what I was thinking, though? I was thinking that it would be closer to Africa across the Atlantic Ocean. I'm thinking of West Coast, East Coast. I'm not thinking of fucking Alaska way up there. Yeah. Alaska, I totally forgot. My fault. They should be paying for the education you're giving. If you want to make a donation, the Cash App is right there. I don't like to ask because they'll say, "Yo, look, he's begging, yo. He's homeless. His power is out. Oh, he's a crackhead. Oh, he's this and he's that." It's like, whatever. You can't even do anything, bro. I can't. It doesn't matter what I do. There will always be a black guy triggered and threatened by my presence and the way I live my life, and they will have to say something. No matter what, I will deal with black men stalking me, pocket watching me the rest of my life. It's just, that's what happens when you're an alpha. They're worried about you. They watch every move. They make videos about you. They got you pinned to the top of their page because they think that you're like their equal. Like, you're trying to act like you're my equal by hating on me when I don't even respond to you. You just look like you're jealous that a Native American is telling y'all a New York Indian, a city native don't fuck with y'all. That's why they don't like me. That's why they don't like me, is because a city native don't even fuck with them. Y'all are fraud.
Where was the garden of
Here in America are all the wealth of soil, of Here in America are all the wealth of soil, of timber, of mines, and of the sea, put into the possession of a people who wield all these wonderful machines, have the secret of steel.
Makes sense how red hair people made it to America. The redheads came from South America, though, bro, not through Alaska. Look up the Paracas skulls. Here. Oops. There we go. Look at all these, yo. This came from South America. This is where your clowns come from, too. Let me save that. Hey. Oh, and then look. Weren't we just talking about the Easter Island skulls? Come on, dude. Weren't we just talking about the Easter Island skulls? They got the red hats. Yo, I've seen fucking the Moors try to say those are fezzes. Isn't that funny? That's funny, yo. That is mad funny. But yeah, red hair in the Americas, yo. What? The fuck? Dreadlocks, red hair, beard, Middle Eastern DNA. What the fuck is going on? Oh, that's freaky looking.
Steam, of electricity, and have the power and habit of invention in their brain.
The fezzes from Turkey. The red on the fez signifies the blood spilt of Christians in the Morocco War of Christianity versus Muslims.
Here is man in the Garden of Eden. Here in America are all the wealth of soil.
That's right, family, is the Gulf of...
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
There is some speculation that something ancient had happened there. Edward Stevenson said that he had heard Joseph Smith say that the Garden of Eden was in Jackson County.
Huh?
There are some...
So you're not part of the 5 civilized tribes? Why would I be part of the 5 civilized tribes, bro? I'm part of the 6 Nation Confederacy, bro. They're better than the 5 civilized tribes. They called us savages, bro. Merciless Indian savages. The
sketchy
last of the dying
sources that
breed.
suggest that that's the land where Cain killed Abel.
It's clear that the early saints believed in a sacred geography surrounding.
This comment smells like Diddy oil. Yo, born king. You're born the opposite of a king.
Missouri. That's
What is that?
not set in stone, especially if we're just relying on canonized scripture. Do I believe it? Yeah, personally I do, but I don't think it's a requirement. The history that happened there in Joseph Smith's day is enough to make it a special place. And
when you read the stories, right, the thing that strikes you is that it's so specific, like.
So it's considered hearsay. So you're not part of the 5 civilized tribes. So it's considered hearsay because you have no federal proof. What? I got federal proof. No, why'd you block that dude? Now he's gonna go say that that as soon as he said that, why'd you block him? No, don't block that dude. Cause see what I mean? That guy that just said now you have no federal proof, he got blocked. Now he's gonna go take that and go say, yo, he's gonna go start a rumor that I'm not federally recognized. That's how they work. That's how they are. Now don't block that. Just mute him. It's all right, yo. It's all right. But you see, that's how they are. Somebody go get him, yo. That's how they start rumors. That's how they start rumors. I know, but you did block him and then you unblocked him. I seen that. But that's how they start rumors, yo. Is because when they say, "Oh, you're not federally recognized," and then he gets blocked, and he's like, "See, I knew it. I exposed them." You see what I mean? That's how they are, yo. They you give them an inch, they take that and run with it. A whole fucking mile. A marathon. Right? You give them an inch. They take misinformation and run with that, yo. They run with that, yo. They run with the misinformation. Because that's all they have, yo. They don't have no facts. They don't have no receipts. It's straight up misinformation.
Garden of Eden.
Bro, you look like a recovering Bro, you were the one born with it in your system. Fucking
wait a minute. If I can't,
you guys make me have to reset my fucking page way too much.
This isn't even real. You see what I'm saying? Like where the Garden of Eden was, there's I think 4 rivers that come from it. And
think I would be spending.
Yeah, dude, that's what they do. All they do is spread lies and rumors. Yeah, he's mad. He's mad nobody wanted to do that. He's definitely mad about that, yo. He's really mad about that. Hurry, let's go steal some culture. You guys don't have no culture. That sucks.
Breaking news.
You, just you, building your app on base 44. Describe it.
The Garden of Eden, the biblical birthplace of all humanity.
The story is one way of showing how the human world came to be as we know it.
But is it just a story? Or did Eden really exist?
Every culture has a story that says this is how we came to be, this is what happened.
One maverick scientist was desperate to know the truth.
Why did they tell that story? Where did it come from? And what's behind it?
He risked everything to find the answer.
I would have expected backlash. There are people who don't believe it now.
This is the story of one man's quest for the Garden of Eden.
My rule is, if people think it's crazy, it's probably right.
In 1987, a respected magazine published an article about the work of a little-known archaeologist named Yuris Zarins.
Hey, how's everybody doing today? Hope y'all are doing well. Yawescano Subuego to all of y'all. I hope all of you are doing well. You're not federal recognized? Yeah, I am. I'm federally recognized. My tribe's federally recognized. And I'm enrolled. Told you you're back. Told you he was coming back. I am federally recognized. Don't run. So why are you saying I'm not federally recognized?
Because it's considered hearsay. The stuff you're saying is hearsay. If you're not part of the 5 civilized tribes, it's hearsay. The Seminoles, Black Seminoles, Louisiana, I told you yesterday.
Dude, wait, what? Nah, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. There's over 574 federally recognized tribes, bro.
I'm talking about the original federal, the 5 civilized tribes. All right?
You think those were the first recognized tribes?
But you're not a part of that, though, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yo, that is funny. Yo, that is the funniest shit I've ever heard, yo. That is the funniest shit I've ever heard. I'm sorry. Huh? What'd you say? Seneca Nation of Indians. Yeah, Seneca Nation of Indians. There's a couple different Senecas.
You know, they just came out with this, they call it it's called, basically, if somebody claiming that they're a part of something, right? A part of a certain tribe, whatever, you can pull them up.
Yeah, good. Good.
I can go right to Google and pull them up and let it show where he is. I mean, because
Good, dude. That's what we want, dude. What's it called, bro? What's it called? What is it called? What is the website called? You're saying on Google. What is it called? I want to look it up.
All you gotta do is go to Google and put whatever you want to put in, it's gonna pull right up.
Who?
On who you is and the tribe you is.
No, they don't have everybody's information like that, bro.
Yeah, they do.
Can you tell me? Give me an example.
You can put my information in and pull right up.
Yeah, what is it?
That's if you are.
Tell me.
Listen,
Tell me.
That's if you are. That's if you're federal recognized, right? You say you federal recognized. You know what that means? Federal recognized means the fact that you are federal.
Yes.
Information's in the system.
Yes.
Exactly.
Listen, so
If you're federal recognized, you don't have to do no DNA test.
yeah, I didn't need to take a DNA test, bro. Listen, I never took a DNA test till recently, and I was in the tribe before that, bro. Bro, I was born and raised on the Indian. Yo, hold on. Bro, I was born and raised on the Indian territory. I was a day old when I got enrolled to my tribe, bro. We were one of the first federally recognized tribes. We were the ones that gave the United States their federal recognition because my people have treaties with foreign nations. My people have spoke at UN on behalf of all natives, actually. So my people have treaties with the Dutch, the British, different countries, bro. Before the United States even became a thing, they got their constitution from us. So we were the ones that recognized the United States, actually. My people.
Are you sure that you're not a part of the $5 Indians?
That, bro, $5 Indians were people, mulattoes and white people, Black people too, right? Free black people, and I actually just found one, a creek. Right? Yeah, we can look it up, bro. But let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Hold on, bro. You're trying to cut me off because you don't like the facts that I'm speaking. So the $5 Indians was only in the 5 civilized tribes that you guys claim to be from. The 5 civilized tribes, $5 Indians paid $5 to join the Dawes Rules. The Dawes Rules is the base rules for all 5 civilized tribes. Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminole, and Muskogee Creek. Seneca is not part of that. So this is what I mean. Black pretendians that call people $5 Indians, that doesn't hurt anybody's feelings because you guys are the $5 Indians. You guys are $2,500 Indians. You guys are paying money to join fake ass tribes. Yeah.
No, man. See, no. Listen, back then, when that stuff was going on, they ain't let no black person say.
What was?
That stuff that was done by white people and people that look like you. But actually, your ancestors was white. That's why the way you look right now, that's how you look.
Bro, you don't know me, bro. Bro, your ancestors were white, bro. Your ancestors were white. Because you're not full-blooded African, are you? Are you full-blooded African? Are you full-blooded African?
No, I'm not African.
See, exactly. You got white ancestors, bro. You don't know me. You don't fucking know me to be speaking on me like that. And then you guys are the $5 Indians because you guys aren't even part of the tribes. You guys are the pretendians. And you need to do some more research before you start talking to me. Oh! Hold on. Oh, we're mostly white men who wanted to access to land and food rations, not black or mulatto individuals. So I got something that debunks that actually. So this is an old thing that says $5 Indian. Yes. So was there mulatto $5 Indians? Yes, the phenomena $5 Indians, non-native people who bribed to be listed on the Dawes Rolls. So this is where history is wrong. White people have so much white guilt. They have so much white guilt. They're starting to say that they were slaves and fucking that black people deserve reparations and all that. No, black people do not deserve reparations. I'm sorry. You know what the reparations include, right? Our land. White people want to pay black people our land, and it's not theirs to give away. And not all white people were slave masters. Only like 1% of white people had slaves. Oh, these people have manipulated y'all into feeling sorry and bad for them while they walk all over you and disrespect you. If it wasn't for people like me, they would have y'all lining up to lick their ass and their boots clean every day. It's because you can't bully a native, you can't pick on a native, you can't bitch a native, you can't make a native your pet, you can't make a native your slave, you can't assert dominance over a native. A native will always fight back no matter what. No native is ever getting bullied or extorted. It just doesn't happen. All the stuff that's happening online, you're going to have to face the music one day and run into one of us one day. You know, just keep talking. You know, natives actually fought for their shit, right? And they couldn't beat us. That's why they made peace treaties, right? You don't make peace treaties with the people you can conquer. Black Americans were conquered. Natives were colonized. We can decolonize. You can't deconquer yourself. Because decolonizing is learning your language and forgetting English. Not going to church and going to ceremony, right? Getting your land back, taking them to court, or they're giving it back or fighting for it. That's decolonizing, right? You guys would have to go back to Africa to kind of deconquer yourself, right? You can't really deconquer yourself. It's just you guys have nothing of your own today. You steal everything. Everything you have was given to you from white people or my people. So not being displaced to the whole other side of the planet, you lost your pride. You don't even want to be you. You want to be me. You don't even want your skin color or your hair texture. You try to cover your hair by braiding it, shaving it, matting it down to get waves, or wearing a wig on top of it. You try to hide it, right? You bleach your skin, you get rhinoplasty. You get lip reduction, right? What have your people gave Black Americans? So the 5 civilized tribes gave Black Americans land during the Dawes Act. They had to divide up the land and give it to their tribal members. And then tribal members didn't like how people that didn't have Indian blood were getting benefits. So they kicked out the tribal members. Now you got freedmen begging to be part of the tribe. Literally begging. Prove it? All right. Did freedmen receive land from the 5? Yes, freedmen, formerly enslaved people of the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw Creek, Seminole, received land allotments through the process, which was often fraught with challenges, legal battles, and discrimination. There you go. So you're welcome. Put it on a big screen. Wait, you don't believe me? I'll show you. Here. If you want to watch, you're going to have to go to YouTube. You guys can see my screen on YouTube and Facebook, actually, if you're watching. But I said, did freemen receive land from the 5 civil tribes? Yes. Received land allotments through the process. There you go, bro. Like, I have no reason to make up anything that I say. That's why people don't like me, is because I beat them with facts. I don't gotta name call. I don't gotta insult. I don't gotta hate on people, yo. I just get on here and speak facts, yo. I'm sorry. But yes, you guys did get land from the 5 civilized tribes, yo. I'm sorry that you guys feel the way you do, but okay. Be right back. I'll put this on for you guys, though.
The way you see an idea in your mind.
30 seconds.
Not only humans reached the Stone Age. For a very long time, historians and scientists believed that only humans and our extinct relatives were smart enough to pick up rocks to create tools, thus entering the Stone Age. However, an incredible discovery changed this old way of thinking. Very recently, researchers digging in Brazil and Thailand found buried, shaped stones that looked exactly like ancient human tools. However, there was a catch. These tools were not made by early humans. Instead, they were crafted by capuchin and macaque monkeys. Archaeologists discovered that these monkeys have actually been living in their own Stone Age for at least 3,000 years. They carefully chose heavy, round stones to act as hammers and flat stones to serve as anvils, or hard base surfaces to process their food. The monkeys taught this skill to their babies. We know this because not only did the tools have pounding marks and crushed edges that exactly matched how modern monkeys bash open hard cashew nuts left today, but researchers also discovered these buried tools right under the same trees where monkeys still gather to eat right now. By digging down layer by layer into the dirt, scientists could trace a clear history of monkeys dropping these exact same types of rocks in the exact same spots for thousands of years. They even found ancient dust from the nuts on the oldest rocks. Also, we still see these behaviors in today's monkeys. The Tripilia megasites. When we learn about the first huge human cities, the focus is almost always on Mesopotamia. That entire timeline shifted when old Soviet military photos taken from airplanes revealed strange circular patterns on the ground in Ukraine and Moldova. Modern scientists followed up using special tools that scanned the magnetic fields of the Earth to see what was buried underneath the soil without digging. They uncovered massive settlements known as the Cucuteni Tripilia megasites. These sites contained thousands of homes arranged in giant rings and held up to 21,000 people at once. Because these bustling settlements were thriving as early as 4000 BC, we now know that huge urban societies existed in Eastern Europe hundreds of years before the famous cities in Mesopotamia. The 30-year-old average. It is very common to hear that ancient people rarely lived past their 30s. People often picture life before modern medicine as so harsh that a 35-year-old was considered a frail elder at the end of their life. This idea started to crumble in 2018 when a scientist named Christine Cave looked closely at skeletons from old English graveyards. She created a new way to study how teeth wear down over time to figure out the true age of these older bones. This new method confirmed that the famous statistic saying average life expectancy was 30 is actually a massive math trick caused by very high baby death rates. Because so many infants did not survive, the overall mathematical average dropped dramatically. However, Cave proved that if an ancient person made it past childhood sicknesses, they were likely to live to be around 7.
Six Nations is up in court fighting for 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. Hey, I hope you guys win.
Years old. It turns out the ancient world was filled with healthy grandparents. The unknown human race. When mapping out the ancient human family tree in Europe and Asia, experts used to think only 2 main groups existed during the late Ice Age: modern humans and Neanderthals. That entire picture changed in 2010 because of a tiny piece of bone no bigger than a pebble. Scientists working in a Siberian cave found a small pinky finger bone and managed to pull out its DNA. To their absolute shock, the genetic code did not match humans, and it did not match Neanderthals. It belonged to a completely unknown group of ancient
You're not bringing no facts from Google. The fact came from Christopher Columbus, 1492, and Salzburg came from the mountains and stole our land with the France. Y'all thieves.
relatives we now call the Denisovans. This
Yeah, dude. You're not that smart, I don't think. I'll react
The
to this,
New
though.
Orleans Indians, Part 3.
Yeah, I see Africans, though. They all think they're Indian because they're wearing straight hair wigs now. If this is your land, then take it. We are. They're deporting us, though. Fucking, they're deporting Mexicans back to Mexico, where they're indigenous to, which is still in the Americas. We're taking over. There's nothing you can do about it. That's why you guys got to team up with the white people. That's why you guys want to be us, too. It reminds me of like a Jim Crow cartoon, to be honest. You said y'all was warriors and prove it? Yeah, we gave y'all our addresses. Pull up. Come try to, if you think we
The
stole your
New
identity,
Orleans
pull up.
Indians, Part 3.
We gave y'all our addresses and y'all don't even want to pull up, yo. Go to the res. Last time y'all pulled up to the res, y'all got scalped. So.
The New Orleans Indians, Part 3.
That's sad, yo. And it's pathetic because it's got 1,000 likes. They have to like and support each other's stuff to try to feel strong. It's honestly pathetic. It's literally a mental illness, yo. This is horrible, yo. Let's debunk this real quick. So, Mattapony Chief says, tribe not Negroid. Costello joins Pamunkey Warrior in protest against Dr. Plecker. Let's look up this tribe then. That got let's see. Let's debunk this shit. Because I already know what happened. 200 Afro-Indigenous people got reclassified because the one-drop rule. That's what happened. 200 Afro-Indigenous people were reclassified to black. They were part of the tribe, but they had black dads or whatever. And they identified as Indian. But when the census came around, they said, nope, one-drop rule, you're black. Sorry. We can tell you're black. You know? So they wrote that down. That happened to 200 people. They were already had black in them. You see what I mean? But here's the thing. And they probably... That's what I mean. It's like, you got that native ancestor, and this is a real topic. How long are you gonna keep mixing out? Are you gonna mix back into your people? Or are you just that now? You know what I mean? This is a real question. Because you're trying to claim something, but you're something else. Though. That's not how it works. They don't even like natives. They like their own kind. They don't even like their own kind. They chase snow bunnies. You know? This is a real thing, yo. You should be mixing with native if you're trying to be native, right? You say you're a full-blooded native and you go have a kid with a non-native, your kid, I mean, we know they're not full-blooded, but say if they're a full-blood does, that kid is only 50. And then 25, and that's why tribes are getting rid of the blood quantum. Tribes out west are getting rid of the blood quantum, yo. It's because it erases you. And this is what they're talking about, yo. This is a real issue, yo. This is a real issue whether people like it or not. It's probably going to happen to your res too. But how people look at tribes, Donald Trump looked at that Cherokee dude and he's like, you're what? You're Cherokee? Let me look at you. Yeah, because he looked at the fucking Pequot, yo. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he had him going crazy after that one. Are mainly white, but Mattapony mainly white and Pamunkey are black. Okay. So yeah, see, I don't know that. I don't know the tribes down in Virginia. So like this is the story that all these pretendians are clinging on to, and this isn't even their people. This is like Chris Brown's people, right? He said he's fucking Pamunkey. Like, now, that one's kind of believable, though. Not because he's lighter or anything, but it's just like it's a real tribe. It's besides Blackfoot or Cherokee, you know? Like Waka Flocka said his grandma was Blacktail Redfoot. The fuck? Just making shit up. And then Kevin Gates said he's a fucking chief, but he's And then I got some other natives saying, yo, he's Taino, dumbass. You're making us look bad. And dude, Pretendians ate that up, yo. They love that, yo. They love it when my own people go against me. They love it when my own people go against me. That's why I tell you, I don't beef with my people, yo. At all. Like, I got motherfuckers from back home trying to beef with me. And it's like, dude, shut up. You know? Just shut up already. What do you want, yo? I'm getting rid of her soon. Come here. Fucking knock it off. No, I'm holding her. There's something wrong with my cat, yo. Yeah, dude, she meows at nothing, yo. She's in heat permanently. And it's horrible. As soon as we lay down, she starts going nuts. And then we'll stop and then we'll wake up, and then as soon as we're up, she'll start. Fuck. Most convenient times? Paper genocide. Pamunkey secured federal status earlier in 2015. Oh, they got federally recognized in 2015. Yo, and they probably, you know what? Lumbee getting hate. I'm surprised. Dude, so with the whole thing with Lumbee, right? Getting federally recognized, 574. 575, right? Whatever. I say 574 because I don't think they're a real tribe. Pamunkey, I don't know them. I never heard of them till a couple of years ago, to be honest, till that Chris Brown thing. You just don't really hear of these small tribes. But in 2015, they got federal, what is it, 2015 or 18? 18, they got federal recognition, but it says 2000 early federal status. Okay. See, what the fuck is federal status and the difference between federal status and federal recognition? The fuck? Yeah, you see what I mean? And then they didn't get recognized till 2018. Questionable. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Chickahominy, Eastern Tribe. Yo, if you look up all the fake ass tribes and fucking on Wikipedia, they got like over like 1,000 fucking tribes, yo. Fake ass tribes and they're listed as like nonprofits and LLCs and organizations that are not recognized or state recognized. So they got them all listed there, yo. Like a bunch of tribes, yo. Let's see. Let's get another one. List of organizations that self-identify as Native American on Wikipedia, yo. This shit is crazy. These are all Pretendian tribes, and they probably got to update it now with all the fake ones. It goes by state, but these are all Pretendian tribes. Look at all the Cherokee ones in almost every single state. Choctaw. These are all the fake Choctaw ones. Choctaw Alien Tribe. Letter of Intent to Petition. Cherokees of California. Like, they got some real fake sounding names in here, too. And they try to make them sound legit, too. Indian Cultural Organization. I don't know what that is. But yeah, these people like apply for stuff, yo. Stuff that's meant for us. That's why they're trying to do that. They want to open a casino. They think being Indian gives you ultimate status to do whatever the fuck you want in America. Like, even get away with crime. I'm not even kidding you. They think that we get away with crime and shit, yo. Like, can just do whatever. Yeah, dude, that's literally what they think. Like, it's like we're like a lawless people, yo. But these are all the fake ass tribes, yo, per state, yo. Crazy, right? Buffalo Ridge, Cherokees. It's a lot of Cherokee. There's like 150 different types of Cherokee tribes trying to be recognized that aren't state or federal recognized. That self-identify. Yeah, organizations that self-identify as Native American tribes but do not have state or federal recognition. This is what this list is. That's crazy, huh? They self-identify as Native American, but they are neither state or federally recognized. These are all the fucking tribes. Florida Mockingbird clan. Is that a clan? A Muskogean clan or a fucking what the fuck? Alligator. Miccosukee. Is that a Miccosukee or Muskogee clan? Cherokee of New Jersey are fake. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yo. It's like these are people that self-identify. Western Pequot. Yeah, look, Pequots. They don't look like Indians to Indians. Yeah, and imagine, and there's a federally recognized one, and then imagine what these ones look like. You know, these are just probably white and black people got a little bit too much time on their hands, starting up organizations, discords. They're Discord mods. Fuck. Yeah, dude, they got websites now. They got fucking yeah, dude, some fucked up shit, yo. Yo, but happy Sunday to everybody. Oh, we got a page taken down yesterday. We got one guy's page taken down. There we go. There we go.
Proved that a mysterious third group was wandering the ancient world and even having children with our direct ancestors. In fact, this tiny bone revealed that Denisovan traits were passed down through the generations and still survive today in modern people living in areas like Tibet and Melanesia. The manhunter. For decades, everyone thought that prehistoric men went out to hunt large animals, while women stayed close to...
You guys can't hear me?
Camp to gather plants. In 2020, archaeologists digging high up in the Andes Mountains of Peru found a grave from 9,000 years ago. Inside was a skeleton buried alongside an impressive set of hunting gear. This kit included stone points for weapons, knives for cutting meat, and tools for scraping animal skins. Because of these weapons, experts first assumed the skeleton was male. However, modern lab tests on the bones and proteins hidden inside the teeth proved without a doubt that this elite hunter was actually a teenage girl. This incredible find pushed scientists to re-examine other ancient graves across the Americas. They realized that up to half of all early big game hunters were actually women. Tutankhamun's space dagger. Before the Iron Age began around 1200 BC, historians thought it was impossible for ancient people to have advanced iron weapons. Because King Tut died more than 100 years before that time, experts assumed the famous Egyptian pharaoh only had tools made of softer bronze. Scientists in the 1920s took a closer look at a beautifully decorated iron dagger found strapped to the young king's mummified leg, and they took it with them. Then, in 2016, researchers used a special tool called an X-ray fluorescent spectrometer. This device shoots safe X-rays at an object to reveal exactly what chemicals are inside without breaking or scratching the ancient artifact. The test results were completely unexpected. The metal blade contained very specific high amounts of nickel and cobalt. This unique chemical recipe perfectly matches the makeup of rocks that fall from space. This proved that ancient Egyptians did not melt their iron from the earth. Instead, they carefully gathered and hammered incredibly rare weapons out of meteorites, literally fighting with metal that fell from the sky. Al-Jazari's robots. Many people grew up believing.
What if you could make a song?
Word. Okay. So, yeah, we looked that up. So, this letter is Walter Plecker. I've already debunked Walter Plecker. Not debunked him, but exposed him, actually. There wasn't anything to debunk. Actually, you can debunk the pretendians when they're talking about him because they like to spread lies, but Walter Plecker was a well-known white supremacist, just so you guys know. Y'all don't get recognized. All right, bro. Nobody cares, bro. You're so hurt, bro. You're annoying, dude. And so is my cat. But I think you're more annoying than my cat, bro, to be honest. Which fake tribe is yours on here, bro? Is your tribe even this recognized? Yo, Born King, if you're so indigenous, then put your tribe in the chat. I want to see if it's even recognized as a fake tribe, too. You guys watch, bro. I'm guarantee you guys are going to end up on this fucking list. We can look it up. So, are you guys even recognized? Can you even get recognized? Yo, why don't all the pretendians just come in here and drop their tribe in the chat? Why don't they do that? Can I play background music? Yeah, I can. Right now, though? Right now, though? Dang. You can't hear me. Can anybody else hear me? Is the volume all right or what? Yeah, let's see. The Goji. You're gonna have to sit on me so you don't fucking meow. Loud and clear. Yo, so is this Born King gonna drop his tribe in the chat, bro? Like we all have nation, confederacy, fucking empire, and clans, and we got a fucking clan system, dude. Like, is what I mean. What do you got? You got a fucking bullshit ass story, and it's probably not even Indian ancestry you got. It's probably fucking European ancestry. And your ancestor lied to you, your grandma lied to you because they want to tell you it was something cool. So they said it was Blackfoot or Cherokee or something. I guarantee you're going to claim some $5 tribe. Watch. So drop your tribe in the chat or shut up. Nah. No. This is not found here, y'all. Oh, okay. News papers. There we go. Ancient tablets and inscribed stones found by farmers and laborers. Wow. Okay. Historically, the Pompeii stone of the 1820s found in New York. Yeah, so throughout New York, you got different towns that are like Troy, Rome, Greece, Athens, Pompeii, New York. These are all towns, actually. So it's like old York, old Rome, old Dutch, old money, you know? And they got castles here and fucking diamond mines, Herkimer diamonds. It's pretty cool, yo. So we're gonna look into this Pompeii stone soon. And then inscribed stones. Okay, so this stone featured a tree, a serpent. Garden of Eden in New York? Oh my god, what? You see that shit? Come on, yo. It's an Onondaga. That's where the Finger Lakes are. That's God's handprint. He blessed the ground, yo. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. And the world's oldest forest is in New York, too. The world's oldest water is in Ontario. The world's oldest rocks is also near Ontario. All in the Northeast. This is where life began, yo. This is where they planted the tree of life, actually. That Sky Woman planted. And that's what they're finding on these fossilized trees and all that. So you can steal it once again. You been in my res one time? Lonnie. So the inscribed stones of Chimug in 1870s. Oh, wait. Look, the reality. So reality, later analysis by New York State Museum suggested it was a 19th century creation or misinterpreted boundary marker. We gotta find this stone and take a look at it now. The Pompeii stone. Yeah. And they even spell it like Pompeii too. But they call it this, spell it like this, the Pompeii stone. A hoax. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, right here. Yeah, and it's got English on it. Yeah, 15 whatever. 89. 1580. Check that out. That's called the Pompeii stone right there, guys. So allegedly, this is a fake stone. Let me show you guys real quick. So that's the stone that they found, the Pompeii stone. It looks like it's an old inscription. This is obviously sandstone. So lots of sandstone around here. And they carved their name into it. It's got a snake and a tree, right? And that's, back then people would put their mark and it would be like an X or like an arrow or a fucking little bird or a little tree or something, you know? That would be like someone's mark, you know? Pompeii is like Diddy Lane. Okay. That's better. My bad for everybody on YouTube. Couldn't fix it. I fixed the screen, so it's better now. Let's check this out. 13-minute video.
Some faces feel wrong. Not monstrous, not alien, but just close enough to human to be terrifying. You know the moment when you see it. Something's off. And before your brain can even explain it, your body already knows. This isn't right. Psychologists call it the uncanny valley, a deep-rooted fear of things that look human but aren't. Why would we have evolved such a strong reaction to faces that are almost human? Our brains are ancient, shaped in a world of predators and prey, long before machines or movies. So what if this reaction comes from somewhere older? What if it was the last trace of a time when the world wasn't just home to Homo sapiens? Others.
Yo, do you see the ones with the red hair?
Of a time when the world wasn't just home to.
Yo, I think these ones with the red hair have evolved. And now they got beards and they wear clothes, but they still got red hair. And they wear fucking crowns and shit. Yes. Fucking I had a dream and I was on a live stream with a bunch of them. They had beards, red beards like this. They had beards though and long hair, red hair like that. But they had clothes on. And they were giants, yo.
To Homo sapiens. Other species that looked human but weren't. Some we lived alongside, some we bred with.
The red ones, okay, so bonobo apes, silverback gorillas, chimpanzees are indigenous to the Niger Congo. Those are 3 out of the 8 great apes. You got 3 more, right? Or 4 more. You got 3 more, right? Or you got 4 more in Asia that are the orangutan, yo. You know, that's fucking, I don't know, yo.
And some we fought.
They say the Denisovan has red hair. And it's more like a giant mongoloid.
Maybe the uncanny valley is more than just an odd quirk, and today we will be breaking it down. The idea of the uncanny valley was first described by Japanese roboticist Masahiro Mori in the 1970s. He noticed that the more human-like a robot became, the more people felt empathy for it, at first. But as it crossed a certain line, something strange happened. Instead of empathy, people felt discomfort, revulsion, even fear. The robot looked too human, but not quite right. The effect dipped into what Mori called the Valley of the Uncanny. And it wasn't just robots. People felt the same way about wax figures, prosthetics, and CGI characters that didn't quite capture life.
I can't even go live on this.
Something about these faces, too close to humans but subtly wrong, triggered an automatic response. You don't have to think about it. It's instant. It's deep in the mind. And it begs the question, why would we have this instinct at all? Our ancestors didn't evolve alongside robots or movie monsters. The world was filled with wild animals, strange environments, and other humans. Instincts this strong and universal don't arise by accident. They evolve because, at some point, they kept our ancestors alive. Think about the fear of snakes. Primates, including humans, are hardwired to fear serpents, and not without reason. In one fascinating study, researchers showed monkeys objects that only vaguely resembled snakes. Even these crude shapes triggered stress responses. Why? Because for millions of years, snakes were deadly predators. Any primate that failed to recognize the danger didn't survive to pass on its genes. Now ask yourself, could the uncanny valley be the same kind of ancient instinct? A warning system designed to help us recognize and fear other kinds of humans? Ones that looked like us but weren't. The existence of this valley suggests that at some point in prehistory, there was a reason to evolve a fear of faces that were almost human. But what or who were we afraid of? For most of our evolution, we weren't alone. Modern humans, aka Homo sapiens, didn't appear on an empty Earth. We emerged in a world already inhabited not only by other hominins, but distantly related lines. First of all, our ancestors were not always the dominant species. In fact, for a long time, they were prey more often than predators. If you think Africa is dangerous today, you wouldn't even believe the conditions that our ancestor Homo erectus lived through. There were massive saber-toothed cats ready to pounce, territorial hippopotamus willing to tear you apart, and plenty of other terrifying creatures. But we didn't just evolve alongside other animals. At this time, there were plenty of other hominids around. Our erectus ancestors would have encountered Homo habilis and Homo rudolfensis, close relatives but distinctly different. Mistaking a group of habilis as your family while returning from a hunt could be the last thing you ever do. But we also shared the landscape with very different lineages. Small-bodied Australopithecines were still around 2 million years ago. These guys...
Zoganto. Small body. Is this a little one? No, this is a pygmy. I think a pygmy is a bigger one, but you got little ones too, yo. Wait till we get to the Hobbit.
These guys were pretty weird looking, with brains the size of a chimpanzee but standing completely upright. Imagine after a long day of hunting, you are taking a rest while your children play nearby. You take a glimpse to check on them, but you notice a slim figure luring your child away. Before you can even get to your spear, the nimble creature grabs your child and runs off into the night. If you think it's scary being a parent in the modern day, our ancestors may have had to deal with literal child predators, as in they probably consumed our young. Other species like Paranthropus may have been more passive observers of our day-to-day lives. Some researchers have likened them to the cows of the human lineage, built for eating mass quantities of plant matter. They may not have preyed on our children, but their presence must have been eerie. They walked upright and were clearly related to us, but their proportions were just off. Massive jaws, sloping foreheads, and small and wiry bodies were a clear reminder they were not us. But they weren't the only ones. Other, even more distant apes prowled the Pleistocene landscape. Let's not forget about the ancestors of chimpanzees and gorillas. We only have a few fossils from the ancestors of these species, some of which are found in East Africa. This means we would have undoubtedly crossed paths with them countless times. And while they may seem timid today, partially due to poaching and human technology, I doubt they feared us 2 million years ago. Moving on, there were other primates in Africa that looked like they came straight out of hell. The giant baboon-like Dinopithecus was truly nightmare fuel. They had massive canines, and large males could even weigh over 170 pounds. Imagine their giant quadrupedal stance, fangs glistening with spit. Words cannot describe how terrifying it would have been to come across an aggressive troop of these animals. Another terrifying animal was Theropithecus. This genus actually survives in a smaller form in the Ethiopian highlands, but during the time of Erectus, they were much larger. In some cases, large males could even weigh up to 160 pounds. And keep in mind, most Homo erectus males were probably only around 130 to 140 pounds.
This is the only one I've ever seen have that kind of hair, though, too. Is this where that hair comes from?
But though these animals were fearsome, we actually have evidence that Homo erectus may have been targeting their young as prey at one site. Check out this video next. This goes to show you that we were not passive actors. Our ancestors undoubtedly partook in the brutal world that raised them. Homo erectus, one of our earliest ancestors, undoubtedly encountered many hominids and primates that were uncanny. But now let's fast forward hundreds of thousands of years later. Our species, Homo sapiens, is on the rise, but we are still not alone. In Africa, we lived alongside Homo naledi, a species with a strange mix of primitive and modern traits. We don't have evidence we interbred with them, despite living alongside them for hundreds of thousands of years. As of 2025, we have only found their remains in a single cave system in South Africa. The weird little hominins may have even placed their dead in the cave as a sort of burial practice. Moving west, we encounter another hominid species, but we haven't found any of their fossils. We only know of them from the DNA.
That's probably the three-toed tribe, yo. Where the fuck does the three-toed people come from?
Of modern West Africans.
It's a bloodline.
The ghost lineage interbred with West Africans possibly as late as 50,000 years ago.
The ghost lineage is Naledi, actually.
We still have a lot to learn about this hominid, and hopefully we'll get some fossil evidence soon.
It's not a ghost no more. So West Africans do have a ghost ancestor. They are 20% Homo naledi. That's what they are. That's why it was a tree climber, basically.
Species actually left Africa, the world only grew stranger. To the north and west, we encountered Neanderthals. They possessed extreme strength, though also intelligence. We have a long and storied history with Neanderthals. Our species first met in Western Asia over 100,000 years ago. As our species continued to spread into Europe, we gradually assimilated with the Neanderthals. These early European modern humans kept Neanderthal features for a long time, but much of them were eventually bred out of the population. As you can see on this map, Europeans retain less than 2% Neanderthal DNA on average, while Asian populations have a little more. But Asia was also home to another species, the Denisovans. This species has proven to be one of the most enigmatic of them all, but we finally discovered a skull of their species, so go check out that video next. Moving further into Southeast Asia, we met the tiny Homo floresiensis, the so-called hobbits, and Homo luzonensis, another small-bodied species. Despite all the differences we had with all these other species, we didn't just fear them. We know for a fact that modern humans interbred with at least 3 other species, Neanderthals, Denisovans, and a third ghost hominid in Africa. So what does this mean for the uncanny valley? If the instinct evolved to protect us from these other humans, why would we also be drawn enough to them to interbreed? Could this explain why faces that are almost human spark such complex reactions, a mix of fear and fascination? Well, there are a couple of hypotheses which could explain the nuances of the uncanny valley. Each traces back to deep survival needs. The first is disease avoidance. In a world with no medicine, no doctors, and no understanding of germs, disease could sweep through small bands of humans in days. Outsiders may have been seen as dangerous, possibly carrying with them evil spirits. Funny enough, we actually inherited genital herpes, likely from Paranthropus over 2 million years ago. Could this have been an example where our instincts failed us?
Damn. So Adam and Eve had... Yo, that's sick.
Recognizing even subtle signs of illness could mean the difference between life, death, and herpes. Pale skin, odd eyes, jerky, unnatural movements, even a slight change in the way someone held themselves. These were clues that something was wrong. And what is a corpse but the ultimate source of infection? A dead body is still eerily human, but devoid of life. That brings us to the second idea, identifying the dead. For ancient humans, the presence of the dead could mean danger, disease, or predators. Recognizing the death of your kin quickly would have been crucial. Our brains may have evolved to detect the fine line between life and death, and to react to anything that falls near that line. Faces that look alive but not quite trigger the same alarms. That's why horror movies use pale, lifeless skin and unnatural movement to terrify us. It taps straight into that ancient instinct. But there is a third idea, one that brings us back to those uncanny, shadowy figures in the forest. Enemy recognition. For hundreds of thousands of years, our ancestors didn't just face leopards, hyenas, or saber-tooths. They faced other humans. Some were rival bands of Homo sapiens, others were Neanderthals, Denisovans, or late-surviving Homo erectus. Close enough to fool the eye, but different enough to trigger caution. Distinguishing us from them wasn't just about skin color or clothing. It was about reading the face, the walk, the expression, especially when the stakes were life and death. A Neanderthal stepping into your hunting ground, an Australopithecus lurking near your children. Was this a friend, a potential mate, a killer? The uncanny valley may have evolved as a finely tuned warning system, an instinct to instantly assess faces that were almost human but not quite. It may have helped ancient humans react to the very real danger of other hominids. And this would explain why the feeling is so immediate. You have to wonder, could this instinct have been responsible for the extinction of every other species of human? It is possible. Everywhere we went, extinction followed for all the local hominids. Though we did breed with some of them, this may have only happened occasionally. Even today, humans have the tendency to meet the other with hostility. And maybe this is what happened to the other species of humans. So where does this leave us today? In the modern world, we rarely encounter the kinds of dangers that shaped our ancient minds. Most of us will never fight for food or territory. We no longer share the earth with Neanderthals or Denisovans. And yet, that fear remains. You can feel the presence of another in a dark room even when no one is there. You pick up on subtle clues in wax museums and horror movies. It's the same jolt, the same instinct, ancient and untouched by time. Perhaps it is one of the remnants of a prehistoric world filled with threats we can barely imagine. A world where humans weren't alone, where seeing another upright figure in the dark might mean death or worse. And maybe, That's why this fear lingers, because long ago, it kept us alive. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the eerie side of human...
Dang, y'all. It's deep. We got deep. Pretty interesting. Homo sapiens fought against Neanderthals. Yeah, but they bred with them. People have Neanderthal DNA. People have Denisovan DNA. People have a Naledi DNA. People have a ghost ancestor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yo. This DNA, it's not, they're not all gone. He's saying it wiped them out to extinction. No, there's people walking around with this fucking DNA. These types of DNA, yo. It's not out to extinction. You got hybrids now. Sometimes I forget. God damn. My bad, y'all. Had to walk away for the live for a second. Have a Melungeons have a pronounced bump on the back of their head.
In a cave in France, archaeologists found 6 Neanderthal bodies, but they weren't buried or honored. They were butchered. Their tongues were sliced out, their skulls cracked open, and the leftovers thrown into the same pile as hunted animals. What happened here? Were these acts of desperation, conflict, or something spiritual? And the most important question for
New discoveries are rewriting when humans first reached the Americas, with every find pushing the date further back, older and older and older. But with each revelation, the question becomes more urgent. How far does this story really go? And are we seeing evidence that humans arrived hundreds of thousands of years earlier than we thought? Hi guys, welcome back. If you're new here, my name is Michael. I have a degree in ancient history, and on this channel we discuss the unexplainable mysteries of our past. Let's get into it. These footprints have completely rewritten the story of when humans arrived in America. First announced in 2021 and now confirmed beyond doubt, they don't just push back the timeline by a few centuries, they shatter it completely, proving there's a massive chunk of American prehistory that we've completely missed. But
yeah, the cat, she only understands Seneca, so
we're only just scratching the surface. For most of the 20th century, archaeologists got it very wrong. It was agreed that humans arrived in the Americas only around 13,000 years ago. They crossed a land bridge from Siberia and moved...
Yeah, look, they made a little path. That's impossible. There's an ice sheet. It's impossible to cross.
moved south, using a corridor between two massive ice sheets. Stone spear points, now called Clovis Points, were found across North America, which backs this up. And in the 1960s, archaeologist C. Vance Haynes used radiocarbon dating to prove these dated back to between 11,000 and 11,500 years ago. That fit perfectly with what geologists knew about the ice sheets. A corridor had opened around this time, creating a narrow window for migration, and that's when humans apparently first arrived. This idea became...
Yeah, like those two little ice sheets created a little path, and we just managed to know to go down that path, you know. A little far-fetched.
Known as the Clovis First model. Clovis people were the first humans in the Americas, and everything else came after them. But the Clovis First model became more than just a theory. From the 1920s onwards, some researchers actively suppressed claims of earlier human presence, and by the time radiocarbon dating started validating...
Suppressed claims. They suppressed claims.
In Clovis, the model hardened into dogma. If you think cancel culture is bad now, try suggesting humans arrived before 13,000 years ago back then. It was pretty much career suicide. In 1976, a 27-year-old archaeologist named Tom Dillahay was working in southern Chile when he discovered Monteverde, a waterlogged settlement along a creek bed. This site contained wooden structures, stone tools, medicinal plants, and even butchered parts of mastodons. And the evidence suggested people had been living there around 14,500 years ago, possibly as much as 19,000 years ago. Now, this was obviously much older than the Clovis model said was possible, and the reaction from academia was hostile. Cue the anonymous letters sent to his university demanding he get fired. At academic conferences...
Demanding he gets fired. Dang, yo. So, you know what my content is? My content is proving that life started in the Americas and Native Americans are the original man. Adam was erected here. Noah's Ark was erected here. You used the wood from Florida and somehow they ended up over there. People walked out of the Americas. Asians are just Native Americans that walked out of the Americas into Asia. Right? Go back to the Siberian mountains. Bro, I took a DNA test and I didn't have no Siberian DNA. Explain that. I didn't have no East Asian DNA. Not all Native Americans have that DNA. I'm from the Northeast, bro. A lot of natives don't have that, bro.
Colleagues refused to shake his hand. Someone even sent a letter to a Chilean newspaper alleging he was a CIA plant. Dillahay knew the only way forward was overwhelming evidence, so he spent years compiling 2 massive volumes with data from 60 different specialists. And it worked. Finally, in 1997, 20 years later, a panel of previously skeptical archaeologists visited Monteverde in person. They examined everything and unanimously accepted that Monteverde was older than Clovis. Which is all well and good, but if one pre-Clovis site existed, then there had to be others. So then the question became, how many? Once archaeologists started looking properly, pre-Clovis sites began appearing across both North and South America, and some of them were far older than anyone expected. In Idaho, researchers excavating Cooper's Ferry found stone tools and biological remains dated to between 16,500 and 15,200 years ago. This site was important because it sat right at the confluence of the Salmon River and the Columbia River Basin, exactly where early Pacific coastal migrants would naturally turn inland, which meant it vindicated Knut Fladmark's 1979 Kelp Highway hypothesis, the idea that people had migrated down the Pacific coast rather than through the ice-free corridor. Before this point, Fladmark had also been dismissed for decades. Then there was Bluefish Caves in Canada. This had cut-marked mammoth and horse bones dated to around 24,000 years ago, pushing human presence back into the last glacial maximum itself. The archaeologist who discovered it, Jacques Cinq-Mars, had also been a victim of the Clovis First lobby. His career was effectively destroyed until he was finally vindicated in 2017, 4 long decades after his discovery. He died only a few years later, but other sites soon followed, like Paisley Caves in Oregon and Page Ladson in...
See how fucked up cancel culture was back then, though? Damn for saying, yo, I believe people were here before that. See how fucked up they were back then? We're living in historical times now. If you're Native American, you should definitely be on the bandwagon to proving that life began here. I shouldn't be the only one.
Florida. Thus, by the early 2000s, the weight of evidence meant Clovis first was finished. It's sad that it took so long and that many archaeologists effectively lost their careers for, doing their job. But even these dates look tame compared to what came next. So let's hop over to White Sands National Park in New Mexico, because this is where everything blows apart. Researchers discovered dozens of human footprints, adults, teenagers, children, all walking across what had once been the shore of a glacial lake. The site wasn't announced until 2019, and the footprints were dated in 2021 using radiocarbon analysis of aquatic plant seeds trapped in the sediment layers. The results showed the footprints were 21 to 23,000 years old, almost 10,000 years before Clovis. Immediately, critics argued the dates were wrong, so in October 2023, researchers returned to the site and dated it using 3 completely different methods and materials: terrestrial pollen from the same layers, quartz grains using optical luminescence, the lakebed mud itself. All 3 came back with the same, staggeringly old age. Some of the footprints show what appears to be a hunt, with human footprints following directly inside the tracks of a giant ground sloth, matching its elongated stride. The sloth's prints show signs of panic. At one point, it reared up on its hind legs and spun around, likely in defense. The hunters were right there, stalking it step by step. Another trackway shows something quieter but just as profound. A woman or adolescent walking with a very young child across the wet mud for over a mile. You can see where she carried the child, then set it down to walk, then picked it up again. This is one of the reasons the White Sands footprints are so fascinating. They're snapshots of real moments. But the footprints also blow our understanding of human history wide open. Because if humans were around here 23,000 years ago, then their arrival must have been earlier than that. And thus the question is now completely up in the air. Do we have any idea how long humans have been in the Americas? Once the minimum date shifted that far back, archaeologists started re-examining sites they dismissed for decades. Some of these are cautiously accepted by parts of the mainstream. Others are completely dismissed.
And they dismissed that life began here, even though they find every single culture here in the Americas.
But if even one of them holds up, the entire story flips.
They find 300, 400, 500, 600 million year old artifacts here too. And then they explain it with rapid fossilization. It's a chemical reaction. Something happened to it. It's like, no, that's not what fucking happened. And fucking 300 million year old coal. Do you know how long that takes to fucking form?
On its head. One interesting example is Chichen Cave in central Mexico. The stone tools found there have been dated to between 31 and 33,000 years ago, using over 50 radiocarbon and optical dates. That's almost twice as old as White Sands. Then there's Pedra Furada in Brazil, where researchers claim evidence of human activity going back 30,000 years or more, although critics argue the tools are just rocks broken down by natural forces. But then there are the really extreme outliers, sites so old that most archaeologists won't even entertain them. These aren't accepted yet, but they do matter because they contain solid evidence and raise a very important question. One of the biggest is this, the Cerusi Mastodon site in California. In 1992 and 93, paleontologists unearthed mastodon bones that had been sharply broken. Alongside them were large cobblestones showing impact marks and wear patterns that looked like hammers and anvils used by humans. The team knew this was going to be really big, so they didn't publish until 2017 in Nature, one of the most prestigious journals in the world. And when the date came back, it was mind-blowing, 130,000 years ago. It's hard to prove that it's human activity, but it looks like it, and the date is staggeringly old. There's also Huatlaco in Mexico, where stone tools were found beneath 10 meters of sediment. Here, dating puts the site at roughly 250,000 years old. If you want to learn more about this one, I did a whole video on it. And there's Calico in California, where over 11,500 tools were found at a site dated to over 200,000 years old. Of course, again, it's hard to prove intentional human flint napping. But one thing that makes this one impossible to dismiss outright is that Louis Leakey, the 20th century's most prominent human origins researcher, believed in this extraordinarily ancient date. So all these sites, while controversial, point to the possibility of humans being in the Americas hundreds of thousands of years earlier than we thought. That's pretty crazy.
And the mystery deepens even further when we look at genetics. If you trace the maternal DNA lineages of Native Americans, 4 of them lead clearly back to East Asia. You find a lot of haplogroups A, B, C, and D across Siberia, Mongolia.
But those are haplogroups that originated in the Americas. Those are Native American haplogroups. That proves that they are just Native Americans that walked out of the Americas, yo. That's what they are.
And Central Asia. But then there's haplogroup X2A, and this doesn't fit at all. It shows up in ancient Native American remains, including Kennewick Man, who lived 9,000 years ago in what's now Washington State. It's also found in living populations. The Ojibwe carry it at 25%, the Sioux at 15%, and the Nuchanuf at 12%, so it's clearly a Native American lineage. But when researchers looked for X2A's closest genetic relatives in the Old World, they found them in Europe, the Mediterranean, the Near East, and the Caucasus, not in Siberia or in East Asia, not in any of the regions humans supposedly traveled through to reach.
Middle Eastern DNA. The fucking Nephite or Lamanite or fucking Israelite too. It's what I mean. It's like there's something there.
The Americas. X2A is completely absent from the entire migration routes. So where did it come from?
So when he was talking about those the Native American maternal haplogroups, A, B, C, D, they originated in the Americas. A and B in North America and C and D in South America. And there's Asians in Asia that have those haplogroups. Those are Native Americans that walked out of the Americas. They don't come from fucking Africans. The fuck? They come from us.
The current mainstream view is that X2A arose within North America itself as a new mutation after the founding populations had already arrived. But that raises its own questions, like why would a random mutation spread so widely? And why do its closest relatives still live thousands of miles away in Western Eurasia?
It's clear that the earliest Americans weren't necessarily who we thought, and the genetic pathways don't match any single migration route that we've imagined. But genetics are far from the only mystery. Now, if you're like me and you enjoy making videos, then you already know the pain. You need footage, graphics, audio, and now, not after scrolling through 20 websites. That's why I use Storyblocks. I've been using them for a long time because it's fast, high-quality stock clips, images, templates, and audio, all royalty-free. I can drop them straight into my edits without worrying about rights. Whether I need ancient ruins aerial, glacial time-lapse, or just a clean motion graphics template, I can find something usable in seconds. So if you want to save time and upgrade your videos, then check out Storyblocks using my link, storyblocks.com/Michael Button. Thanks again to Storyblocks for sponsoring. Now let's get back to the video.
So how deep does this really go? We're talking about at least 23,000 years of history here. That's an enormous span of time, especially when you think that all of recorded human civilization, literally everything from the first cities in Mesopotamia to today, fits within just the last 6,000 years. And we now know that ancient Americans accomplished much more extraordinary things than we once thought. The Coral Super civilization in Peru began in 3000 BC. That makes it older than the conventional date for the pyramids at Giza. This city had its own pyramids, rising over 20 meters high, aqueduct systems, and structures aligned to celestial bodies. And there's no evidence of warfare, no defensive walls, no weapons. For over 1,000 years, it functioned as a peaceful, trade-focused society. In the Andes, sites like Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and Pumapunku display stonework that still puzzles researchers. Blocks weighing over 125 tons, fitted with impressive precision. Some researchers think the stones at Pumapunku weren't even carved, but might have been cast using an ancient form of concrete. And crucially, you can't date stone. These achievements seem inconsistent with the known technological abilities of South American societies. And in the Amazon, LiDAR scans show entire cities hidden under the canopy. The Opano Valley in Ecuador has over 6,000 earthen mounds, roads 33 feet wide, stretching for miles. Lost civilizations of the Amazon were always thought to be a conspiracy theory, mystery, but now we know they existed and that they may have had a peak population that reached millions of people.
The question of humanity's story in the Americas is shrouded in mystery. There's much less of a record than in Europe due to conquest and the lack of writing from South American cultures. Thus, all we have are whispers, hints at a much, much older history than we thought.
But if humans were here for 23,000 years at least, possibly even longer, then what else might have been built and lost over time? Genetic evidence shows that even the Clovis populations, the people we once thought were first, vanished.
The math isn't mathing though. You see the problem? The math isn't mathing. So the bridge that was there wouldn't have been there for people to cross for the bones that they're finding here. They're finding shit that's 130,000 years old, 300 million years old, that totally destroys the Darwin and evolution theory, all that. All right, bro, if you're just going to spam, then there you go. Yeah, bro. Don't spam in my comments, bro.
Around 9,000 years ago, they were replaced by a genetically distinct group with no Clovis ancestry, which means the supposed first Americans came, flourished, and then disappeared. If that happened once, it could have happened before. Archaeologists estimate that more than 99% of Upper Paleolithic sites are still undiscovered. The coastlines where early humans likely lived are now underwater. Sea levels during the last glacial maximum were 400 feet lower than today, so in theory, the continental shelf of North America could hold thousands of sites sitting beneath the ocean just completely untouched. Around 14,700 years ago, temperatures spiked dramatically and human populations expanded rapidly across the continent. But there were earlier warm windows at 24,000 and at 18,000 years ago, and further back in time. Those periods could have allowed separate waves of migration, and when the climate turned cold again, those populations may have vanished, leaving almost nothing behind. Perhaps humans reached the Americas during those earlier warm periods and then disappeared. Perhaps multiple migrations came and went, tens of thousands of years before the ones we know about. Or perhaps the oldest human story in the world isn't in Africa or Asia, but buried under American soil.
Every time we push the date back, one thing becomes clear. There's far more buried out there than we ever imagined. No one knows how old America's history actually is, but one thing is certain. It keeps getting pushed back, older and older. Thanks so much for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this video, please consider giving us a like or leaving a comment down below or subscribing to my channel. I'll see you next time.
You didn't even go over the oldest ones, yo. That was fucking whack. The theory of three species. Come on, y'all. Okay, fuck, dude. No, I'm good. Okay, the theory of three human species. Let's check this out. The Old Testament tells a story in which a diminutive David defeats the giant Goliath using a sling to slay his enormous foe. This unlikely victor became the second Hebrew monarch. While many consider the tale to be merely a colorful allegory, a recent finding exhibiting the oldest known Philistine inscription suggests that Goliath may have actually existed. This artifact, a small clay shard, was found in Israel in 2005 by Tel Isafi University of Archaeologists. Yeah, so if you don't know this story, that's David and Goliath. Yeah, I think this is like the Star David too, right? King David. I don't know. But either way, he has a sling and he defeats this fucking guy right here with a rock. But here we go. On this clay tablet, they had the words "outwit," which, according to Professor Aaron Dembski, coined the nickname Goliath. Outwit are Semitic names which are etymological familiar to Goliath. Okay, I can see that. So studies confirm that carbon was made around 950 BC, which would put it about 70 years of when biblical scholars believe this fight occurred. While the finding may lead some new credibility to an ancient tale, it may also serve as another puzzle that even more intriguing. One might assume that even if the epic battle really did take place, Goliath's size was surely exaggerated for dramatic effect. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? However, evidence collected from around the globe over the last century suggests that an existence of a real giant may have not been that strange after all. In fact, these finds have led to some to believe that mankind of antiquity may have come in 3 distinct sizes: giants, humans, and hobbits. So they're starting to listen to what the natives are saying. Oh, okay. You see this shit? Do you see this shit? Now, they're all want to listen to what we have to say now. This is how natives view the world. Yes, there's giants and there's little people. Zoganto. Here we go. This is cool. Finally, the world wakes up. Finally, everybody's waking up to the truth. God damn, yes, there's fucking giants and little people. Natives been known that. We talk about this shit all the fucking time. God damn. Finally. So in the fall of 2004, a group of investigators working in Indonesia found remains of a race of hobbit men, measuring just over 3 feet. Researchers determined that these smaller humans had existed alongside of man until about 13,000 years ago. Yeah, yo, 13,000 years, yep. That makes sense. I would say even fucking couple 100 years ago. I believe that they're still out there. They're hiding from us, yo. If you remember the last video we just watched, we wiped out the other species. Cro-Magnon is a seafaring race. The human being is a sea monster. And it travels the planet and it mixes with everything. And it killed everything. The research team included Indonesian paleontologists. Yeah, look at that hobbit skull. That's probably like as big as my palm right there. That hobbit skull. Researchers' teams include Indonesian paleontologist Professor T. Jacob, dubbed the small race Homo floresiensis, named after the Indonesian island of Flores, where the skeletons were uncovered. Some say that these hobbits still roam in the jungle. See? Come on. This is what we're saying, yo. You gotta listen to the indigenous people. So some say that these people still roam in the jungle, prompting many visitors to visit the island in recent years. The search of a myth incarnate. The wealth of evidence for a race of giants is even greater. Remains of giant remains have been found practically every part of the globe. Tunencia, Pennsylvania, Glen Rose, Texas, Gargaon in the Philippines, Syria, Morocco, Australia, and throughout Urbasa mountain range in Spain. Perhaps the most popular and scientifically unrecognized example is the giant Ajabo found in just south of China. Similar human remains were found in nearby southern China, reveal large humans who possess 6 digits on each extremity. This polydactyl characteristic seems to have a regular pattern in this race of men, as other examples have shown, in Soviet Georgia, skeletons were found of men between 9 and 10 feet tall that also possess 6 digits on their hands and feet. Damn, yeah. So natives got that story. What up, Joy? Have you stopped the racist rants and talking down on other indigenous people? Bro, I don't talk down on other indigenous people. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Just for saying, making up a lie like that is gonna get you blocked, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Don't ever watch my shit again. Just making up a lie like that will get you blocked. I never talk down on other indigenous people. Ever. I talk down on pretendians, bro. Sorry, you guys. Like, bro, this indigeneity is not something like what a trans person can like identify. You got the same mental disorder that a trans person has because you want to be something you're not. A trans person wants to be a boy or wants to be a girl, right? Something they're not. And they make everybody identify them as that. You can't do that with another race. You end up on Maury or fucking Dr. Phil or something, looking like a fucking weirdo. Similar human remains that were found in southern China review. Okay, yep. All right. Oh, this is a hoax right here. Fossilized Irish giant. Nah, that's the fucking hoax. This is a hoax right here. This was in New York. I recognize this picture, yo. This is not a fucking giant. This is a fucking fake. Yo, who else recognized this picture, yo? I'm not even going to read it. It's right here is saying this is a fossilized Irish giant. I know that is a fucking fake giant for a fact. I know that's a fake giant for a fucking fact. Hold on. Right here. Yeah, they make you pay money to look at it. 10 feet tall is a fake fucking cement giant. Okay, see how his arm is right there? Let's go back to this one. Hold on. Is that the same? His arm is gone. Oh, here. Right here. Yeah, yo, look. Hold on. I recognized it, yo. That's the same fucking one. Isn't that the same fucking one? Hold on. We got to read this. Let me read this shit. Okay, so among several biblical passages that mention the existence of giant... See what happens when you're a fucking nerd and you fucking know your culture through and through and you recognize the fakes and all that? You'll be able to recognize when someone's fucking, you know? Watch. So Samuel 2020 also observes that this extra digit phenomenon and still another battle which took place at Gath, where a huge man with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot and 24 in all. Despite the vast amount of skeletal evidence as well as the unearthed tools that teeth would otherwise prove comically large by normal human standards. It seems that there's still not a great number of scientists dedicated to studying this phenomena. Right here. Hello. Just kidding. The modern world would often regards mention to these different sized The modern world often regards mention of these different-sized human races in ancient texts and folklore as the product of a vivid imagination through many different cultures record how similar accounts. However, in the light of various remains found throughout the world, perhaps these mythical stories may have been accurate depictions of the life at the time. If these races of various size didn't exist, then why 3 sizes? Where did the other 2 go? Did they have the umbilical or the hostile social relations with our ancestry? Did they help each other, ignore each other? What social structures did they have? And now we can only look at the stories of the distant past and wonder how many more myths are waiting to reveal themselves with concrete evidence. Okay, so that's looks like this giant, the Cardiff giant. Let's go back and see if we can find some more. One of the Cardiff giant. This is a fake giant. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's real. It does look different. How many fingers does it got? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5. 5 fingers. Yeah, that was a good read.
This is Elon. He paid a lot for his new computer, so he assumed it came with antivirus. A Roman castaway. In 1933, archaeologist Jose Garcia Payon unearthed a small terracotta statue head from an archaeology site in Calixtlahuaca, Mexico, and the groundbreaking discovery suggested ancient European civilizations might have reached the Americas centuries before Columbus. The artifact's appearance was intriguing, to say the least. Its face was bearded, with distinctly foreign characteristics, and wearing a shortened cap. The terracotta head was found under 3 intact floors of a pre-Columbian pyramid structure. Along with the head were several objects made of gold, copper, turquoise, rock crystal, jet, bone, shell, and pottery. The burial site where the discovery was made was dated between 1476 and 1510 AD. In 1960, Garcia Payon granted the statue to the National Autonomous University of Mexico to undergo further research. Specialists Romeo H. Ristoff and Santiago Genoves studied the ancient statue and even sent it to Bernard André, a German Institute of Archaeology director emeritus in Rome, Italy, who confirmed the small head was a Roman work from the 2nd or 3rd century AD. André concluded, quote, "The head is without any doubt Roman, and the lab analysis has confirmed that it is ancient. The stylistic examination tells us more precisely that it is a Roman work from around the 2nd century AD, and the hairstyle and the shape of the beard present the typical traits of the Siberian emperor's period." How exactly an ancient Roman figure could end up in a sealed pre-Columbian burial site is still up for debate. Most world-renowned archaeologists and experts agree that the discovery is probably an elaborate hoax, and that perhaps the head was placed in the ruins during the Spanish occupation of Mexico. Those supporting the hoax hypothesis cite the lack of archaeological rigor while documenting the discovery, and note the 30-year time lapse between the discovery and the initial research. However, a minority of experts, including Romeo H. Ristoff, argue that the most likely explanation is the drifting of a Roman, Phoenician, or Berber ship to American shores. Ristoff claims that the likelihood of such an event is not far-fetched, and is supported by the extensive evidence of Roman travels in the 6th or 5th century BC to Tenerife and Lanzarote in the Canaries. Thus, a lost Roman ship drifting into Mexico is entirely plausible. Another possibility is human error, as archaeological standards in 1930s Mexico were considerably less rigorous than they are today. Still, there is no way to definitively disprove that ancient Romans arrived in Mexico many centuries before Christopher Columbus took the credit for discovering America. Japanese fishermen. For centuries, the Kuroshio Current has been a pain in the neck for sailors and fishermen alike, as the powerful underwater stream has caused vessels to drift hundreds, if not thousands of miles off their planned courses. This has resulted in many modern documented cases of Japanese shipwreck pieces and junk washing up on American shores. However, swollen planks and rotten sails are not the only things that have made it to the other side of the Pacific. According to legend, around 1260 CE, a Japanese fishing boat drifted all the way to North America, just to be entrapped by the California Current and sent into the shores of Wailuku, Maui, in Hawaii. Reportedly, Wakalana, the reigning chief of Maui's windward side, rescued the 5 Japanese individuals still breathing amidst the ship's remains. The 3 men and 2 women were regarded as royalty, and one of the women even married Wakalana and launched broad family lines on Maui and Oahu. Although the oral account cannot be confirmed, the subsequent cases have been better documented. According to...
Yo, I missed it. Who was the first one to come? I missed it. Who was the first one to come?
John Stokes, curator of Honolulu's Bishop Museum, 4 more boats washed up in Hawaiian territory, quote, their crews marrying into the Hawaiian aristocracy, leaving their imprint on the cultural development of the islands. In the late 1960s, Ecuadorian businessman Emilio Estrada conducted an archaeological excavation of Valdivia, a 5,000-year-old burial site in Ecuador. He then found an array of strange pottery that local experts could not identify. Thus, he wrote a letter to Betty Meggers at the Smithsonian Museum to help
Betty who?
pinpoint their origin. Meggers replied that the pieces appeared to be 6,000-year-old Jomon pottery from Japan. In fact, they were not the first Japanese artifacts found in the Americas documented by Meggers. Works made of iron were also discovered in a village buried by an ancient mudslide near Lake Ozette, and arrowheads carved from Asian pottery were later discovered on Oregon's coast. By the 1800s, an average of 2 Japanese derelicts appeared each year along the shipping lanes from California to Hawaii. 4 even showed up near Hawaii in one 30-year period in the early 19th century, and 5 crewmen survived. In 1815, a junk was washed ashore near Santa Barbara, California, with 3 crew members still alive after 17 months at sea. And in 1843, another appeared on the Mexican coast, with 2 traumatized fishermen still inside. Hence, the possibility of ancient Japanese fishermen drifting to the Americas and surviving is latent. Although the Kuroshio Current does not directly align with Ecuador, there seems to be some DNA markers and unique viruses in the area, hinting that Japanese drifters might have bested the odds. If true, those Japanese sailors beat Christopher Columbus by about 4,500 years. 2 Venetian brothers and a Norwegian nobleman. In 1558, Niccolo Zeno the Younger printed a best-selling book of letters he'd allegedly been keeping in his family library for generations. He claimed the documents were written by his 3rd great-grandfather, Antonio Zeno, and his 3rd great-uncle, also named Niccolo Zeno, who recorded their journeys traveling the Arctic. According to the letters, back in 1380, Niccolo Zeno the Elder sailed from Venice to Flanders. Unfortunately, he was marooned on an island called Frislanda and rescued by a prince named Zichmni, a supposed great warrior and conqueror. Niccolo learned from the warrior prince of a mythical land to the west, and subsequently wrote to his brother Antonio. The latter resided in Spain, and together they ventured with Zichmni into the islands to the west, where they allegedly conquered several territories in the name of the foreign prince. Along with the printed book, Niccolo Zeno the Younger also published an ancient map, supposedly outlining the land discoveries made by his ancestors. The document is an almost precise representation of northern Scotland, Iceland, and Greenland. Some modern research argues that the name Zichmni found in the letters might be a misspelled Orkney, in which case the Italian adventurers could have been talking about Henry Sinclair, Earl of Orkney.
We were able to use Google Ads geotargeting to tap into major US cities. Overall, we were getting a 15 times return on ad spend. Google Ads helped.
The numerous islands referenced in the book could also represent a group of islands in the North Atlantic. One of the greatest supporters of the idea that Sinclair and the Zeno brothers made it to America was Frederick Pohl, an amateur historian who was one of the first individuals to suggest Vikings had been in North America before Columbus. Soon, his idea was proven to be correct. In his youth, Pohl got hold of a translation of Zeno's book. Following the geographical clues described in the tome, Pohl concluded that Sinclair and the Zeno brothers had landed in Guysborough, Canada, more than a century before Columbus's journey. Historians have tried to discredit Pohl's conclusion, citing a faulty translation and a lack of historical evidence. However, Pohl was so convinced of his findings that he founded the Prince Henry Sinclair Society of North America to honor Sinclair's alleged discovery. Pohl's society would even erect a monument in Guysborough to mark the place where Sinclair and the Italian brothers first set foot on American soil.
Yeah, Italians make claim to America. You guys know that, right?
The Mali Emperor.
All Italians with Columbus. Black people are now doing it.
Mansa Musa is one of the most renowned Mali emperors, famous for his vast and unparalleled riches in ancient times, and for sharing his wealth with the Muslim world. Yet Mansa Musa's brother, Abu Bakr II, might deserve even more praise than his wealthy brother. Abu Bakr II had been an emperor before Mansa Musa, and he reportedly left on a sailing journey across the seas, never to return. Mansa Musa would write about his lost brother, quote, "The ruler who preceded me did not believe that it was impossible to reach the extremity of the ocean that encircles the earth, and wanted to reach that, never to return, nor to give a sign of life." Malian scholar Gausso Diawara believed that Abu Bakr II sailed across the Atlantic Ocean, and that the reason he never came back to Mali was that he landed on the coast of Brazil. According to Diawara, the city of Recife in Brazil has a second, older name, Pernambuco, which might be a possible deviation of the Mande name for the rich gold fields of the Mali Empire. He also mentions chemical analyses asserting that gold in ancient American spears might have come from Mali, and even an account by Christopher Columbus himself saying that he had come across black traders on his way through the Americas. Still,
See? That's what I'm saying.
most historians disregard Diawara's hypothesis, citing a lack of evidence.
Like, there's absolutely a distinct difference. There's a distinction.
And even the identity of Mansa Musa's brother has become an object of speculation. Regardless, Mansa Musa's predecessor did sail from Mali across the Atlantic with a fleet of over 100 ships. Whether they all drowned on the way, or they actually made it to South America, we might never know for sure. Basque whalers. In the book Cod, a biography of the fish that changed the world by Mark Kurlansky, the renowned American journalist makes a compelling case arguing that Basque whalers might have been hunting in Canadian waters long before Columbus set foot in America. The idea is more than plausible, as the Basque whaled in vast regions close to Newfoundland in 1530. By the time Jacques Cartier supposedly discovered the St. Lawrence River in 1535, thousands of Basque fishing boats were already harvesting cod in the area. This would mean that after the Vikings, Basque whalers were the first Europeans to set foot in Canadian territory. The Basque are a unique group that originates in an area between France and Spain and are known to have been remarkable shipbuilders and navigators for several centuries. Still, dating their travails is highly contested. The time range could be as close to 50 years, meaning that they could have started fishing in the area around Newfoundland 50 years after Columbus's discovery, or even 50 years before. It is well documented that the Basque whalers had extensive knowledge of the Great Banks of Newfoundland and the fish that inhabited those waters by the end of the 15th century. However, pinpointing the exact date that the first Basque fishermen arrived in Canadian waters is much more complicated. Being exceptional whale hunters and meat preservers, it's not hard to imagine the accomplished whalers surviving a trip to the Gulf of St. Lawrence before 1492, perhaps giving chase to whales across the Atlantic. Regardless, concrete evidence to support a Basque pre-Columbian discovery of America still eludes historians, but the evidence may still be waiting to be revealed beneath the shores of northern Canada. Thank you for watching my video. Which of these stories sounds more likely to you? Please share your thoughts in the comment section below.
I've been eyeing up this video though.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a
fascinating and highly controversial chapter of prehistoric America is said to have been found on the sun-drenched shores of Catalina Island, off the coast of Southern California. Hidden among the quiet beaches and rolling hills, there allegedly lies proof of an ancient race of fair-haired giants, taller and more robust than the modern human.
Blonde hair, blue eye.
Identified through the discovery of giant skeletons, the giants are said to have possessed technology far advanced for the time.
Hofmasus. I think these are the Hofmasus.
This assertion has sparked a vivid debate among scholars, archaeologists, and enthusiasts alike. Meanwhile, a more widely accepted archaeological treasure resides just north on Santa Rosa Island, the Arlington Springs Man. Discovered in 1959, it's the oldest known human skeleton in North America. These remains, belonging to a man who roamed the earth over 13,000 years ago, have significantly enriched our understanding of early human migration patterns and life in prehistoric North America. What are the stories of these discoveries that have contributed to the compelling mystery of our human past and the eternal quest for our origins? Catalina and the first giant skeletons. The Californian Channel Islands have long been of interest to scientists, explorers, and archaeologists. They, and Catalina Island in particular, were home to ancient tribes of Native Americans known as the Tongva, who settled there some 8,000 years ago. In 1913, Dr. Forstenen, a German naturalist who was visiting Catalina, found what was apparently the skeleton of an 8-foot-tall male buried amongst artifacts and relics that were not consistent with those typically recovered from Native American burial grounds.
And you know what? So the Susquehanna, I gotta find this video again. So the Susquehanna, the giant, the Iroquois-speaking people found in the Northeast, there's journal entries and records of them possessing weapons that looked like gold and copper with emeralds and fucking basically shot lasers and all that. Like weapons way ahead of their time. They never seen weapons like these before. They could have just been like for looks too, but I don't know. But they're saying that they seen Susquehanna holding weird ass fucking weapons, yo, that look like weird ass futuristic guns, what we would say today, yo.
Grounds. They included a mysterious flat stone that bore unknown symbols.
There's that X again, the mark.
Dr. Forstenen had been investigating a legend he had heard relating to Catalina's history, and the skeleton appeared to confirm it. A race of giants had once...
Yo, the X is like a Freemason mark. Yo, that's what the X is.
...inhabited this land.
Is he like the master fucking mason of the world? Elon.
However, due to being buried in hard black sand on Avalon Bay, which showed signs of being burnt at some point, the bones turned to dust as they were raised. The only bones excavated intact were one whole foot, the jawbone, and the skull. Therefore, the discovery of Forstenen's giant could not be confirmed. It's hard to say where the rumors of the Catalina giant originated, but there did exist a precedent regarding alleged unusual skeletons being found on the Channel Islands. This included the discovery of a 7-foot-tall skeleton with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. This specimen is claimed to have had 2 rows of teeth, a trait said to have previously been observed in Channel Island skeletons. It was theorized that evolution had taken a slightly different path here due to the isolated environment. With a reputation for turning up fascinating archaeological finds, the Channel Islands continued to attract archaeologists and anthropologists who dreamed big. Glidden's discovery. At the beginning of the 20th century, an ex-carpenter and amateur self-taught archaeologist named Ralph Glidden began to dig. Glidden had grown up on Catalina Island from the age of 15, and was, by most accounts, a strange and eccentric man. Glidden developed a personal fascination with the local Native American burial sites. He had grand aspirations, having read about discoveries and accomplishments of professional archaeologists around the world, and now sought to take his own excavations to the next level.
They didn't vanish, my people. my people didn't vanish, yo.
Glidden knew that to stand out and to make his name, he would need something big. Glidden then hired a publicist and falsified his credentials, referring to himself as a doctor or a professor.
Yo, I'll share a video on my page of a living giant on my res. There's a couple of them. My family members. My cousin Halsey's a giant. My uncle's a giant. I got cousins out on Adaga that are giants.
Of archaeology, even though he had not graduated from high school. Between 1919 and 1928, he dug up hundreds of Indian graves on the Channel Islands, adding thousands of artifacts to his collection, featuring ancient arrowheads, clubs, flutes made from human bones, and beads believed to have been used as currency.
Welcome to the
My
new
cousin Halsey's
generation
not that tall.
of web creation,
Probably like a good 6.
where you're
Glidden excavated as many as 800 ancient burial sites, primarily those of the native Tongva American Indians. Amongst his discoveries were what he claimed to be the bones of a race of giants, which he described as being European in appearance rather than Native American.
Look at this. They're saying that these people looked like this, yo. Blonde hair, blue eyes. What do you guys think? Do you guys think they're trying to whitewash Native history? Do you think they're trying to whitewash our giants now? Because this does seem, there is beings called tall whites. There's actual tall whites. So what do you guys think? You think these are tall whites or what? Or do you think they're trying to whitewash our history? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Let me know what you guys think in the chat.
With fair hair and blue eyes. The skeletons, which ranged in height from 7 to 9 feet, were claimed by Glidden to be the prehistoric ancestors of the Native Americans whose graves he had been turning over. In 1930, Glidden declared to the papers that he had unearthed the skeleton of a princess who had been buried upright in an urn with her fingers clasping the rim. Arranged around her were the skeletons of 64 children. 5 feet beneath the site, he found the skeleton of a man who measured 7 feet 8 inches in height, with a spear skewering his left abdomen. Glidden's giants, the tallest of which was 9 feet 2 inches, were apparently also highly intelligent and possessed relatively advanced technologies, which far exceeded those believed by popular science to have existed at the time. Glidden maintained that their technologies and knowledge had vanished mysteriously, along with most of the giants themselves, most likely in some sort of extinction event. He claimed that the native humans had worshipped them, which is why they were generally found to have been buried in ceremonial ways. According to Glidden, theirs was not just a small group of individuals who had evolved in isolation, but an entire civilization that had been lost to time. A macabre collection. Glidden sought to capitalize on his remarkable finds, which were beginning to receive media attention. In 1924, he founded the Catalina Museum of Island Indians, where he stored and displayed his collection, which was, in his words, quote, a unique and weirdly spectacular institution. The museum featured stacks of bones taken from the looted graves of Native American Indians. Glidden furnished the space decoratively, using the remains he had dug up, and even fashioning cornices from shoulder blades. He built shelving from larger bones and decorated the walls and ceiling with skulls. Glidden placed his discoveries in macabre poses to unsettle and thrill his visitors, whom he charged 35 cents each for entry. However, once inside, they found little evidence of giants. His archaeological peers had claimed the larger bones in Glidden's museum to be fake, and in fact purchased from a gift shop. Glidden's claims of giants were generally refuted by mainstream science, who criticized his lack of proper methodologies. Some media labeled Glidden a hoaxer, and in 1950, he closed his museum. Glidden attempted to sell his collection, still believing it to be worth a great deal. However, it was bought in 1968 for just $5,000 by the Wrigley family, who had made their fortune in chewing gum and had expressed an interest in preserving the history of Catalina Island. The Wrigleys later donated Glidden's finds to the local Catalina Museum. The mystery of the first humans. The true nature of the first people to have inhabited the Channel Islands has been the subject of debate. And at the center of this debate is a set of human remains referred to as the Arlington Springs Man, discovered around a decade after Glidden's museum closed. If Glidden's methods had been more sound, this monumental discovery might have been his. However, the bones were discovered by an archaeologist named Orr, who suspected that they might reveal something of the island's true past, but could not at the time have anticipated the importance of this find. The Arlington Springs Man was found protruding from the sides of a canyon cliff on Santa Rosa Island, 100 miles northwest of Catalina. The bones were buried 37 feet below the cliff top, amongst sediments that appeared to be from the Pleistocene era, which ended some 11,700 years ago. Understanding the limitations of modern dating methods, Orr preserved his find by excavating the entire block of earth, encasing it in plaster, and moving it to the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History, where it would wait until technology had advanced far enough that accurate dating could be carried out. Eventually, in the late 1980s, when Orr was in retirement, the Arlington Springs Man's remains were unwrapped. A sample was taken from a femur bone, and a radiocarbon dating expert found the remains to be an incredible 13,000 years old, making them the oldest reliably dated human remains in America. The presence of human life on the Channel Islands in such an early period of human history suggests that watercraft were being used as a method of coastal migration in America far earlier than historians had previously thought. It also made the possibility of Glidden's giants even more distant. As archaeological methods and technologies advance, excavations on the Channel Islands continue, and researchers hope that we will soon know more about the life of the Arlington Springs Man and his people. A strange and mysterious case. Many age-old cultures have told stories of abnormally tall humanoid creatures living amongst or before them. Also, many skeletons over 7 feet in height have been found around the world, many featuring other abnormalities, such as elongated skulls and immense jawbones housing multiple rows of teeth. Across North America, over 1,000 accounts of skeletons more than 7 feet tall have been unearthed. Despite this apparent wealth of evidence, modern science remains skeptical of the existence of giants. Discussing Ralph Glidden's discoveries, one Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History curator said, quote, "These reports are apocryphal, as far as I've been able to determine. For example, there's a historic photo of Glidden in the background and the burial in the foreground, merely creating an illusion that the skeleton is somehow a giant." However, the reason why numerous comparable discoveries have been made on Catalina and the Channel Islands remains unknown. The early finds cannot be confirmed nor disproven. It seems in retrospect that it may have been these earlier apparent discoveries that inspired Glidden's hoax. In 2013, the Catalina Island Museum created what the museum's director called, quote, "a disturbing and troubling exhibition." It was titled "The Strange and Mysterious Case of Dr. Glidden," and sought to establish Ralph Glidden as an exploitative grave-robbing liar. It is now estimated that throughout his career, Glidden desecrated the graves of around 4,000 individuals. While Glidden's claims have been refuted, There are surprising effects that isolated evolution can have on a species, and several prime examples of this have been discovered on the Channel Islands using sound scientific methodologies. In contrast to Glidden's assertions, there is substantial evidence that large animals frequently adapt their size in accordance with their habitats, often resulting in notably smaller creatures when isolated on islands, a phenomenon known as insular dwarfism. This is exemplified by the pygmy mammoth, a dwarf elephant less than half the size of its Columbian mammoth predecessors. Its remains were first unearthed on the Channel Islands in 1856, and subsequent discoveries were made in the same strata where the Arlington Springs man was found. Another illustration of insular dwarfism is the island fox, the tiniest fox species in North America. It's exclusively indigenous to the Channel Islands and can be observed there today. Even with substantial discoveries of unusually large skeletal remains spread throughout the continent, the mainstream scientific community continues to express doubt about the existence of ancient giants.
Yo, we got that guy's page taken down yesterday. Congrats to the War Party, yo. Congrats to the War Party. We got that guy's page taken down yesterday. He started a new page and started posting the same things. This guy is putting drugs, Photoshop drugs on my face. Yeah, yo. And he started a new page. He was up way late at night. So we got 9 people in here. I need everybody to go share the live on TikTok. I need you guys to go share that live, and we're going to go report his new page. Go report his videos, because yesterday we got a page taken down. We got a page taken down yesterday, so. Yeah, he started a new page, though, right away. He started posting the same shit again, too. So let's go report those videos. We're going to go do that again. Maria, will you send me a picture of his a screenshot of his page, so or somebody put it in the, can somebody put it in the group chat or something? No. Nope, I can't do it. I can't do it right now. Wait. If somebody put it in the, I got it right now. I got it. Actually, how am I going to do that? I have to email it to myself. This is what I mean. I just need his I got it. Yeah, I got it. Here we go. Hell yeah. I got it. This is how we'd move. I need you guys to go report this guy's page. Hey, I need you guys to go report this guy's page and his content. So yesterday, me and my war party, we went and mass reported a lot of his pages, a lot of his videos about me, because he had photoshopped my face into the shape of a bad symbol, of a hateful symbol, and then he had put photoshopped paraphernalia on my face too. And then he makes these videos about me, and we got his page permanently banned for it. So, and he started up a new page last night. So I need you guys to go to this guy's new page. He has 8 followers. Report those pages. Put our foot down. Keep our moccasin down. And keep your moccasin on their throat. This is why are you doing that? You know, you're putting my face on a hateful symbol because you don't like the facts that I'm spewing. And then you got a Photoshop paraphernalia on my face too. That's fucking uncalled for, yo. Honestly, that's crossing the line, yo. You gotta put drugs on my face to push your narrative now, and then put my face in the shape of a hateful symbol. That's crazy, yo. It's because these people aren't used to someone that's not black checking them. Well, you should have minded your own business and not claim my people's culture, and maybe I wouldn't have to put you in your place. So let's find this article. I want to find out about this thing that these Susquehanna weird ass weapons they had. Special looking different weapons. Yeah, but we got his page taken down yesterday. Okay. Unique weaponry. Okay, so based on historical accounts and archaeological findings, the Susquehannock people, a 16th, 18th century, were known for using specialized, sometimes unique weaponry that adapted traditional designs with European trade materials. They were described by European observers like Captain John Smith of the Giant Like and highly disciplined with weapons that often stood out from neighboring tribes. So elongated bows. Captain John Smith recorded that the Susquehanna utilized the bows that were nearly notably longer than those used by other tribes in the region. Brass-tipped arrow points. Due to early trading with Europeans, the Susquehanna utilized metal from brass kettles, cutting them to form specialized, highly effective triangular arrow points. Metal tomahawks and axes. They acquired and utilized iron hatchets and tomahawks early. We've always had metal weapons, actually. There's a copper mine in the Great Lakes, yo. We had copper tomahawks, and the tomahawks that they're finding were like a little one like that on a long stick, you know. And then they got bigger over time. Hey! Some of the oldest metal working is over here in the Americas, actually. And my cat's crazy. Is Turtle Gang still posting about you? He better not, yo. He better not be. Like, he posts, out of all the things to make AI out of, he chose to make AI out of me twerking on him and his friends. That's the mind he had. Yeah, yo, that's weird, yo. You know, see what I mean? How they're like down low. Out of all the things you did that, it's sus, bro. And then he messaged some little kid that he was gonna make AI of them being assaulted. That would be classified as child, you know what. So that's the people that are hated on me. I'm not gonna go back and forth with those people because I'd be making them my equal. Yo, thanks, Josh. Appreciate that. Facts and grave sites. Drop a location. Cool, bro. No one's saying that you're not part native, bro. You just messaged me. I'm reading your message. So Born King, why don't you just say this in the chat, bro? It's not about fighting. When I say come to Cleveland, I will show you facts and grave sites. Drop address location. Okay, bro. You're probably part native. Cool. What do you want? Black people aren't the original natives. So, gun stop war clubs. While used in several native groups, the Susquehanna were known to utilize specialized clubs shaped like the stock of a European musket, sometimes inserting metal blades onto the wood. Modified European armor. Yo, so I was looking at this picture of this on a Dogus. This guy, he had fucking copper armor. You made a war club? That's cool, bro. Post a picture of it. Breastplates incorporating them their own protective gear during times of intense warfare with the Iroquois. Okay. Altered natural materials. They specialized tools and such as pendants made from the ground and drilled. Black bear molars in addition to traditional stone tools, including unique sledgehammer style tomahawks. Maybe it's not the Susquehanna. Let's see. Let's look this up. Advanced weapons. Ooh. Damn, yo. It's gonna be hard to find, yo. Futuristic. Gary Farmer? Who's Gary Farmer? What the fuck? Who's your Uncle Gary Farmer? However, the Tlingit and Haida people know sophisticated armor, weapons, iron, sometimes even cold working meteorite iron. Fictional and scientific speculation. In a what-if scenario on a 3,000-year-old weapon that looks like futuristic technology, allegedly made of stabilized metallic hydrogen, was referenced in a satirical and fictionalized article regarding New Mexico, which would imply advanced quantum chemistry. Additionally, in speculative fiction, the Navajo Nation is sometimes imagined leading high-tech space missions. Advanced traditional weapons, Hawaiian slings. It's not what I'm looking for. We'll find it. That's extra sus. What's extra sus? Maybe it was in like an article I read or something. It's got to be one of these articles. Here, maybe this is it. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. We found it! These advanced weapons. I could have sworn it was Susquehannock. So, oh, you would know. You would know. Okay, so there's a tribe. I thought it was the Susquehannock. It must be a different tribe. But this tribe has this advanced weaponry. It looked like copper and gold, and it fucking shot fucking lasers and fucking froze people. It was just, or it could have been for looks too, you know, to scare the enemy away. Definitely. But it was a weird weapon of its time, ahead of its time, and it looked like a fucking metal fucking copper and gold fucking ray gun or whatever. And they probably could have made it and be like, this will show them, you know. It was weird looking, y'all. I could definitely see some Indians doing that. Because people knew what a gun was. And if they saw a weird looking one and be like, this one will kill everybody, you know, and get the whole village with one trigger, you know, ahead of its time. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I read it somewheres and it was a fucking weird looking fucking gun, yo. It was like a ray gun. It looked like a fucking ray gun, they said, and it's fucking made from copper and gold, yo. And I thought it was the Susquehanna, but it must not be. But I think I found it. This one says, if you guys look at my screen, we got a 3,000-year-old weapon found in New Mexico. Adena being advanced. Yeah, well, this weapon that they had was made from copper and all that, and let's read this article though. 2-minute read. So, remarkable archaeological discovery has been made in New Mexico where researchers uncovered a weapon estimated about 3,000 years old. The artifact is believed to link ancient culture, indigenous cultures, has drawn attention due to its unusual design, which some observers may resembles modern advanced technology. Initial analysis suggests that the weapon was used for hunting and warfare, providing valuable insights to the practices of early civilizations in the region. This is a 3,000-year-old weapon, allegedly. Characteristics of the artifact. Preliminary examination indicates that the weapon has distinctive features that differentiate it from the ancient tools typically found in the area. The craftsmanship highlights a level of sophistication that was expected much later in human history. The artifact is composed of materials that were not commonly used by the indigenous populations of that era, suggesting advanced knowledge in resource utilization and manufacturing techniques. The object measures approximately 3 feet in length, resembling a spear or projectile weapon with a shaped tip that may have been designed for increased aerodynamics. Implications for archaeology and history. The find has significant implications for understanding the technological advancements of early cultures in North America. The experts believe that this discovery could challenge existing narratives about the timeline of human innovation and adaptation. And the juxtaposition of the weapon's ancient origins and its futuristic appearance raises questions about the evolution of technology and among prehistoric societies and the potential influences that shape their development over millennia. Reactions from experts. The archaeological community has reacted that both excitement and caution. Some specialists express fascination at the potential for new insights into ancient technologies, while others emphasize the need for thorough investigations to assertion for the weapon's function and significance. Notably, by the design, elements have led to discussions regarding the engineering principles that ancient civilizations might have employed, which could have been inspired by or recreated or reacted to their environmental challenges. All right, yeah, whoever typed this is purposely using the most longest fucking word to explain shit, yo. Like, come on, yo, like contextualize. Yeah, like, come on, yo. Some tribes did copper mining. There was a trade route. All the highways are trade routes. 1,000-year-old moccasin trails. Corny Chinese talking. European get a life. Born, okay, African dung hut hunter-gatherer. Only speaks English. Thinks he's fucking native but acts white. God damn it. This is what I mean. I can't talk that shit with TikTok. I will get my account a ban. I already got one banned today. I already got one banned today. You can go over there again now without me. Yeah. I wish you would have said so. She said she didn't. Let's see.
Are you ready to unlock the secrets of the past? Subscribe now to Dark Five's brand new Ancient Mysteries channel and embark on a journey to uncover the most enigmatic, awe-inspiring mysteries of ancient times.
Riverside, your all-in-one podcast creation platform. Record your podcast solo or with guests in studio quality. When you finish recording, our AI prepares a polished episode.
Yeah, dude. I don't even care, bro. That shit don't really bother me.
Land of Giants. Due to a host of incredible archaeological discoveries about its former inhabitants, the Italian island of Sardinia has been referred to by many as the Land of the Giants. In March 1974, a local farmer was plowing his fields on the island's western coast when he stumbled across a large statue fragment that would lead to 8 years of archaeological excavations and investigations. In all, archaeologists recovered more than 5,000 pieces of carved sandstone. They set about reconstructing the pieces and soon realized that they were assembling an army of stone, as these statues were representing boxers, archers, and warriors. Up to 44 individual statues have been found. However, most astounding is not their numbers, nor the identity of their creators, but their sheer scale. These stone giants measure up to 2.5 meters in height, and some weigh up to 400 kilograms in their fully reassembled form. Equally impressive is their anatomical precision. Despite being more than 8 feet tall, the geometric details, particularly of the faces, have been meticulously carved. The eyes, for instance, consist of perfect concentric circles, which has led many to describe them as alien in appearance. It has been determined that the giants are carved from local sandstone, and that they likely date back to around 3,000 years ago. Many have claimed that the discovery of these stone giants, known as the Giants of Monte Prana, lends weight to theories of ancient astronauts and alien intervention. Originally placed as guardians over the graves of prominent Iron Age Sardinians, the giants stood guard for just a few hundred years before invaders smashed them into the 5,000 fragments recovered. Further adding to Sardinia's association with giants are the many vast graves known as Tombs of the Giants, because they contain burial chambers that can be up to 100 feet long and 8 feet tall. Archaeologists have claimed that these graves were built so large to accommodate numerous bodies. Still, local legends suggest that they were created for a race of gigantic men who once inhabited the island, and some even claim that giant bones have been found in them, far larger than any human. A local painter and
Tomorrow's 420, y'all. Tomorrow's 420.
sculptor named Luigi Muscus was interviewed about his recollections of discovering some of these bones, including skeletons apparently measuring 13 feet in height. He described the discovery of one particular giant skeleton in a cave when he was a child in 1972. According to Muscus and several other locals, the skeletons, when found and reported to authorities, would almost always mysteriously vanish by the following day. Tales of Magellan. Ferdinand Magellan was a Portuguese explorer who led a 1519 expedition to the East Indies across the Pacific Ocean. This expedition earned him great renown, but would ultimately claim his life. Magellan's records show that when he and his crew were exploring the coastline of South America, they witnessed something truly astounding. Something which would...
Hey, Jeremy Barnes, that's the problem. You live in a black and white world, dude. There's more than just black and white people. Sorry, bruh. If anything, there would only be 3. You're mixing too many people together, bro.
Alter European perceptions of the Americas for centuries.
In
The official
reality,
record of the
there's 4.
expedition states, quote,
I live
one
in
day he
reality.
suddenly saw a naked man of giant stature on the shore of the port, dancing, singing, and throwing
Science
dust
says
on his
there's
head.
8.
The captain general sent one of our men to the giant so that he might perform the same actions as a sign of peace. When the giant was in the captain general's and our presence, he marveled greatly and made signs with one finger raised upward, believing we had come from the sky. He was so tall that we reached only to his waist. The Patagonian giants were dubbed the Patagon by the crew, a name inspired by a giant-like character featured in a 16th century Spanish novel popular at the time. Magellan's encounter with the giant was to be supported by numerous accounts made over the following years.
So this is where they're wrong. When they're saying, oh, they thought we were angels and we came from the sky and they pointed up. They didn't speak our language. They were asking them if they were with God, if they were one with Creator. That's what they were asking them. If they knew about Creator, if they were one with Him. They understood that. They weren't saying, oh, did you come from the stars? Did you come from the sky? They knew they didn't come from the fucking sky. They didn't think they were fucking God. They're asking them, are you one with God? That's what that means. They didn't think that they were coming from the sky. Come on, yo.
By these accounts, the Patagon were proportioned as humans, but could be as tall as 13 to 15 feet.
That's a good one, John.
A later expedition, led by Sir Francis Drake, described the unusually tall people of Patagonia, stating that, quote, Magellan was not altogether deceived.
Turn your pastime into your full-time, your personal style into your signature brand. Do it yourself on Wix.
Nano Banana Pro is now on Artlist. Get Google's most up-to-date model and all the leading AI models on Artlist. Subject consistency, spot on.
But that the crew estimated the height of the locals to be 7.5 feet.
We're going to be making a website,
Modern science
guys.
and archaeology have sought to rationalize the existence of these giants and to understand how
So the app that we're gonna be making a website and an app. We're gonna have a chat room on the app. It's just gonna be a big chat room. There's gonna be, you can post pictures, videos, and you can even go live in there. What else? It's gonna have a website. It's gonna be a spot where you can click and watch all my lives at once. There's gonna be a spot where you can have all my contact info and then pictures with all my content. It's gonna be an app filled with all my content, all my live streams, links to all my pages, and there's gonna be a chat room for just people that want to download the app, the Joey app.
so many first-hand accounts could have described such a colossal people. One convincing photographic report from the late 19th century even depicts an Ona Patagonian man standing approximately 7.5 feet tall. Some have dismissed the claims as hoaxes or exaggerations. Still, with so much evidence in agreement that there did in fact exist a race of unusually tall people living in Patagonia,
When will this take place?
it's entirely plausible that there may have been some
Soon, once I get some extra money and all that. It costs money to do those things.
truth in it. Giant skeletons. Some of the strongest evidence for the existence of giants comes from the fact that, since the development of archaeological technologies and methods, there have been several accounts of giant bones being found that could not have belonged.
Only two races in real life, black and white. The rest are mixed peoples. Mexicans, Latinos, Arabs, Armenians, all mixed people. Oh, so an Asian is a mixed person of what? Black and white? Oh, okay. No, between an Asian and a white and a black, the Asian came before all three. Just so you guys know.
To a human of normal proportions.
The Asian came from us.
Off the coast of England lies a small tidal island known as St. Michael's Mount, which is host to a castle and a small number of dwellings. According to legend, in the 6th century, before the castle was built, the island was home to an 18-foot giant named Cormoran, who terrified the locals until he was slain by a farmer's son named Jack. This gave birth to the fairy tale of Jack the Giant Killer. While discoveries made in the caverns beneath the castle in St. Michael's Mount may not suggest that it was ever home to an 18-foot man, it is agreed that the skeleton of a man measuring 7 foot 8 inches in height was discovered by monks in 1725 behind a door which had been blocked off. Another account of a giant skeleton discovery dates back to 1890, when 3 bone fragments were discovered in France by Georges Lapouge, who estimated that the person to whom these fragments belonged must have been approximately 11.5 feet tall. With more than double the mass of normal human bones, and belonging to an individual dubbed the Giant of Castelnau, The fragments were discovered in a Bronze Age burial site and are the only such bones of their size. The bones are said to have been sent to the French Academy of Sciences for study, where they mysteriously disappeared. While real evidence of giant skeletons...
So what we've been learning is that these giants had 6 fingers. The ones that had 6 fingers were Denisovan. Scano. Ano Quatsat is medicine. Yep. And then, you know what medicine is? Ano Quatsat is medicine. And then you got love is Gano Qua. So, Ano Quatsat for medicine. And Gano Qua. Come on, y'all. Love is medicine.
Is largely lost. Archaeologists continue to uncover extraordinarily large bones that certainly belong to giants, at least for their time. One more recent discovery was that of the ancient skeleton of an individual who likely possessed gigantism, found near Rome in 1991. At the time of the discovery, it was noted that the tomb being excavated was unusually long. Upon analysis, the individual's bones were found to be exceptionally large. This prompted a medical investigation, which concluded that the individual must have suffered from gigantism, causing his early death between the ages of 16 and 20.
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
Success doesn't follow a formula, and neither do you.
Who knew that dancing with dogs could actually become my career?
Planning ahead.
I knew that the experience was going to start when people go onto the website.
Or playing it by ear.
I saw the opportunity and built my own online empire.
Always moving forward.
Our website is the core of everything.
The estimated height of the Roman giant is 6 feet 8 inches, which compared to the 3rd century Roman average height of around 5.5 feet would undoubtedly have been considered gigantic. Lovelock Cave Giants. Lovelock Cave, previously known as Sunset Guano Cave, is located in a remote area of Nevada. Thanks to the unique treasures preserved inside, it has attracted the attention of archaeologists since its discovery in 1911. That year, 2 miners were hired to recover bat guano from the cave, and after removing a layer estimated to be 3 to 6 feet deep, they began to come across unusual artifacts. While their initial excavation was unprofessional and resulted in many damaged artifacts, it was clear that Lovelock Cave held a special significance. The first recoveries consisted of intricate items, weapons, tools, woven duck decoys, and primitive items of clothing, as well as bones said to belong to giants. One local legend offers an explanation for the significance of the cave. According to this legend, all of the local tribes, after years of internal warfare, joined forces to rid their land of a race of giants known as the Sea-Tika. They chased these red-haired giants, which they referred to as barbarians, to a cave where the giants took refuge. When the giants refused to come out and fight on even ground, the tribes used smoke to drive the creatures out into the open, where they were massacred with arrows or burned alive. While it has been widely reported that the remains of 2 giants were recovered, including a male who had measured over 8 feet tall, this evidence has since vanished. Adding additional weight to the old tribal legend of the barbarian giants is the fact that a sandal measuring 15 inches long was amongst the artifacts found in Lovelock Cave. Gigantopithecus blacki. Perhaps the most scientifically sound account of real-life giants is that of history's largest hominoid, Gigantopithecus blacki, which may have stood at 10 feet tall. This ancient species of giant ape roamed the world a few 100,000 years ago, alongside our own evolutionary ancestors, and is estimated to have weighed an incredible 1,000 pounds. Most Gigantopithecus blacki fossils have been recovered from China, where certain caves and geological formations have created conditions in which biological materials are naturally preserved. Because of this natural preservation, analysis of the Gigantopithecus blacki's jaws and teeth have enabled scientists to be relatively confident in their estimates of its mass and dimensions. The discovery and size of this species have been cited by cryptozoologists to justify theories supporting the existence of a Yeti or Bigfoot-like creature. But the Gigantopithecus blacki is not a creature of folklore or mythology, and the fact that this giant once walked the earth is confirmed. However, with the discovery of this beast being so modern, the first formal discovery and naming of the species occurred in 1935, One wonders what another century of excavation and discovery might yield. We have a new channel. Click the links to subscribe to Dark 5 Ancient Mysteries. We created this channel to tell more amazing stories and examine unexplained clues about our ancient past. Tell me in the comments if you've subscribed and what ancient mysteries you want to see on the channel.
Damn, y'all. When you're this undebunkable, they don't want to fuck with you no more. You can't debunk me. Pretty interesting. I think we'll take a break though, alright guys? Everybody on Facebook and